Thank you for being here. I'm Dr. Jaime Estrada. I'm the President and Board Chair of Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility. Yeah, right. We are honored to be in El Paso, continuing our series of community-grounded conversations on the issue of gun violence. And I don't need to remind you what happened on August the 3rd of 2019, a horrific act of gun violence by a young man who he firmly believed that he was doing his part in stopping the invasion of Mexicans into this country. I mean, that's huge, and it has so many implications. So we have a great program today. We're trying to do our part on preventing gun violence, which we are considering, or we consider that it should be addressed as a public health issue, a public health epidemic that actually can be prevented. So we are advocating not just for raising awareness of the emotional, physical, and economic impacts of gun violence in the country and in Texas, but also educating the public about things that they can do to prevent gun violence, particularly household things. So we have a great program today. I hope you can all stay for our panel discussion later this afternoon. And so we're going to get started here. Senator Blanco has been very kind and generous with his time in giving the official welcome remarks. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce him. Senator Blanco proudly represents the people of Brewster, Culberson, El Paso, Hudspeth, Jeff Davis, Pecos, Presidio, and Reeves counties in the Texas Senate. He was raised in El Paso. After high school, he continued his family tradition of military service in the U.S. Navy. He graduated from the University of Texas at El Paso and continued his public service by working for 3 members of Congress representing El Paso and West Texas. He was first elected to the Texas Senate in 2020. He currently serves on the distinguished Senate committees on Health and Human Services, Natural Resources, and Economic Development, Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, Veteran Affairs, and Border Security. In addition, he serves as the Vice Chairman of the Texas Senate Hispanic Caucus. Prior to being elected to the Texas Senate, Senator Blanco also served in the Texas House of Representatives for 6 years and was named Best Legislator by Texas Monthly in his freshman session. He has received many accolades and recognitions for his work on behalf of these communities. He currently lives in El Paso with his wife, Lily, his daughter, Amelia, and his dogs, Lulu and Skipper. A dog lover. We love you for that. So without further ado, Senator, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Everyone have nice warm breakfast, taquitos, in everyone's stomach, and we're ready to get to work because I think this is part of what we need to do is get to work. It's great to be able to have the opportunity to welcome the El Paso Gun Violence Prevention Forum. I want to thank Dr. Jaime Estrada for inviting me to speak, and my dear friend, State Representative Vicki Goodwin, who connected us, and we talked about what was happening today, and so thank you so much, Vicki, for your leadership, your friendship. She's a rising star, so keep an eye on her as she works throughout the state, taking her time to visit communities and focus on issues such as gun violence prevention that is so important and very near and dear to our community here in El Paso. Unfortunately, our community is, like many others, is too familiar with the effects of gun violence, and together, many of us in this room, many of us more intimately than others, dealt with the tragic shooting. I will say that the tragedy has brought a lot of us in this room closer together. I think it really did bring our community a lot closer together, and we will always remember those 23 lives that were tragically lost. I was a state representative at the time in the district. The district happened not far from here, and I went to 23 funerals. It's not an easy thing as an elected official to go to those funerals, and what do you say as someone in that position, in a position of power, to try to effect some kind of positive change? But in those moments, it's more about being with the families. But it's not just the 23 victims or the 23 families that are affected. There were many other people that were injured, that are dealing with the challenges of the shooting, both visible and invisible scars, that to this day are dealing with those challenges. The reality of our country is that mass shootings are a uniquely American epidemic. Part of this movement because from a medical perspective, it is an epidemic. And from our churches to our schools to Walmart, no place is immune to this. To Midland, to Odessa, Fort Hood, Dallas, Sutherland Springs, Santa Fe, Uvalde, and Allen, Texas. The state of Texas state in the United States. And we hear the debates, we hear the arguments, but the reality is if guns made our community safer, the Texas would be the safest state in the world, safest state in the country, if that were true. But the reality is that our communities are plagued by gun violence. Over 116 people die a day in the United States as a result of gun violence. That's a day. And when you look at the data, it demonstrates that gun violence is the leading cause of death in children and teens in the United States. And there's a reason that this doesn't happen anywhere else. Our country makes it far too easy for dangerous people to have the ability to access these weapons. And as someone who is trained in the military as these weapons, and I know others who have trained with these weapons, if we continue to do nothing, it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. following the shooting here in El Paso, many of you were part of those roundtables that we hosted with community stakeholders and to explore ways to prevent these horrific tragedies from reoccurring. And we had these bipartisan discussions. We had both Democrats and Republicans here in these committees. And the end result of those discussions, those bipartisan discussions, were the formation of the governor's Texas Safety Action Report, which included a variety of recommendations. Those recommendations consisted of establishing a criminal offense for providing false information on background checks. It mandated courts to inform convicted individuals of their legal prohibition from firearm possession. It recommended an expedited reporting of convictions to the Department of Public Safety. It required reporting of lost or stolen firearms to law enforcement within 10 days of the owner's awareness. It implemented a lifelong ban on firearms for individuals convicted of specific violent and hate crimes. And it created an offense for individuals prohibited from firearm possession who attempted to purchase one. Again, bipartisan recommendations that currently exist in the governor's Texas Safety Action Report. So in the aftermath of the shooting, as we went into the 87th legislative session, our first session after this tragedy, we were very hopeful. We were very optimistic that we would go in and pass some meaningful reform. We felt that we had a charge. We felt that we had consensus. We felt that these were things that both of us agreed on from a party standpoint. So I filed 6 bills in that session. They were all based on those recommendations from the governor's Safety Action Report. And only one passed. The one that passed was the Lie and Try bill. It was the bill that makes a state crime to lie on a background check to buy a gun illegally, which would make it illegal. So we were able to pass one bill. A bill that we did pass that was not related to the report was a school safety bill that ensures schools adopt trauma-informed active shooter exercises, because there were a lot of proposals about providing training in schools with shooting blanks and created a horrific environment in order to train children, and we had to put a stop to that. So this is where we work with the professional medical community to talk about trauma-informed training. But other than those 2 bills, all the other bills that were in those recommendations fell by the wayside, and in that session took a back seat to constitutional carry. So, as a community, it was disappointing for us. And we need common sense solutions. We're not asking for anything. We're not, No one's creating this entity that's going to go and round up everyone's guns and go into their house and take everyone's guns. But there are several things that we can do that are reasonable, that we know will make a positive change, will make a positive difference. Some of those are raising the assault rifle purchasing age from 18 to 21. That's something that we can do. That's not difficult. We're not infringing on anybody's rights. And the bottom line, we've got to do something. It's not enough to say thoughts and prayers with no action. When I mess up and I pray about it, there's a mindful acknowledgement that I did something wrong, and you have to take action to improve or rectify that wrong. And we've got to do that because we can save lives together if we do these things. So I'm going to continue to fight and advocate in the Texas legislature with my colleagues. And we got to keep that fight. For me, it's important today to acknowledge several of you who are here, Moms Demand Action, that we've done a lot of work over the years. Doctors for Social Responsibility in the National Hispanic Medical Association. I want to thank you all for your tireless efforts for keeping this message alive. I want to thank everyone else here for making sure that that you continue that interest, that you continue having these conversations with your neighbors, your friends. Right next door to us is the Democratic County Convention, and it's going to be full of people. I want to see a full room in our fight. I want to see a full room in our effort. It's not enough for just a few of us to be here to talk about the loss of life and what we need to do about it. So there's so much that we can do. There are other things that we need to focus on. We need to expand background checks. That's easy. It's something that everyone, both Republicans and Democrats, agree on. That most gun owners agree on. We need to implement red flag laws. We need to make sure that there's a cooling off period before purchasing a firearm. These are small things that don't hurt anyone, that could actually save people. Easy fixes. They're not the only fixes, but these are things that we can do. In fact, 90% of Americans believe that background checks are a good thing. So I think we need courage. We can't continue to do nothing in our state and in our country. We can't afford to have or make any more excuses. So I want to make sure that we keep this fight. I want to thank you all for your advocacy. We need to keep the hope alive. We need to make sure that there aren't future victims. You know what? My wife and I talk about this all the time. Now that we have a 3-month-old daughter, you know, losing her to violence, and I know there are families here who have lost a daughter. We can do something about it. So I want to thank you so much for keeping up the fight, keeping up the message, not letting up. We may be a few bunch in this room, but I think we need to capitalize on the few bunches around our country and keep the movement alive, keep the fight ahead, keep the hope, and making sure that we create that positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you for the message. So we're going to continue the program. At this point, I would like to welcome our viewers that are online. following this event. And our next speaker is going to be presented by a very well-known activist from El Paso, Ms. Estela Reyes. We're very happy to have her participate with us in this program. So Estela, please.
Good morning, everyone. Muy buenos días. And for those of you who are new to our beautiful Sun City, bienvenidos a El Paso. Thank you. Thank you to the staff here at El Paso Community College for hosting us and for the really delicious huevos a la mexicana, frijolitos. That's how you want to start every day, right? Okay, well, thank you to Dr. Estrada and to Senator Blanco. Please, another round of applause to the senator for those wonderful, inspiring words. And he's right, we got to keep up the fight, absolutely. And so well, let me introduce myself properly, first of all. For those of you who I have not had the pleasure of meeting personally over the course of the event planning, my name is Estela Reyes Lopez, and I am the Media and Public Information Officer for Centro de Salud Familiar La Fe, which is a federally, thank you, hey, all right, which is a federally qualified community health center here in El Paso, Texas. We are one of three, we're the oldest of the three, founded back in 1967 by a group of Segundo Barrio, South El Paso grandmothers who wanted to, like us this morning, bring a stop to violence in our community, bring uplifting empowerment to those most humble among us. And so that is what brings all of us, what brought me here this morning to this fight for our community. And so I am here to introduce our first speaker for the morning. I believe she is about to join us online. Miss Diane Osenkopf. I hope I did not butcher your name, ma'am. She is the former director of leadership development at BNSF Railway. She's recently retired. Congratulations. All right. She has transferred her skill set to the area of gun violence, its prevention, education, and she is the Tarrant County lead for Moms Demand Action in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Please give a warm welcome, those here and online, to Ms. Diane Osenkopf.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm coming to you from Fort Worth, Texas, so just going to do a quick sound check. Can everyone hear me? And I'll also be sharing my screen. All right, fantastic. Well, thank you for having me. Again, my name is Diane. I live in Fort Worth. I've been involved with Moms Demand Action for a couple of years now, but got actively involved about a year and a half ago. Our daughter died by gun suicide, and she left behind a husband and 3 children. And what do you do with that, right? So my husband and I decided to get into the fight. So that's one reason that I'm here and got involved. And what I want to talk to you guys today about is a program that was actually developed by Everytown for Gun Safety, and it's called Be Smart. And it's about how do we help keep our children, our loved ones safe when guns are out there and guns are able to be purchased. So what are some common sense, proactive things that we can do, and in a way that will normalize gun safety and how we talk about guns? So a few agreements I'd like for us to have when we think about gun safety and what does it mean to families. We all want kids to grow up happy and healthy, and each of us has the right to make responsible decisions about how we protect our homes, families, and communities, including whether or not we choose to have a gun in our home. So that's one thing that's interesting about Moms Demand Action. We are not anti-gun. We don't use that terminology. We even have members of our movement that own guns, gun owners. We're all about gun safety. And so that's the differentiator. And if we can prevent even one child gun death or injury, then it's our responsibility to do so. So I'm not going to talk about the legalities of everything and the politics of it all. I just want to talk about how are we going to keep our loved ones safe. And the senator spoke this morning about how firearms are the leading cause of death for children in the United States. You know, for me, that should be enough to say we need to have some action taken in terms of how do we protect these kiddos of ours. In incidents, well, let me say this too. I'm going to be throwing out a lot of statistics. And so if that's your thing, if that's something that is of interest to you, please jot down some notes because that's one of the things that every town does. They're a research arm, as well as there's some statistics in here from the CDC. So I'll be putting up a lot of statistics for you for your consideration. But in incidents of gunfire on school grounds, up to 76% of shooters under the age of 18 got those guns from their home or the home of relatives or friends. And we've seen this over and over with the Uvalde shooting, the unfortunate shootings that we've had here in Texas, as well as across the nation. We actually believe that most gun owners want responsibility when it comes to owning a gun and safely securing a gun. And we see that and we hear that when we talk to gun owners. So that's really what this is all about. The senator mentioned how gun violence is a uniquely American problem. And I want to here's, these are some incidents that have happened recently, but I wanted to pinpoint the one up there at the top left. That's the Oxford High School shooter who used a gun to shoot and kill 4 students, fellow students, injuring 7 others. This has been in the news recently because the parents of that shooter were put on trial for involuntary manslaughter. Both of those parents were convicted and will be sentenced in April for involuntary manslaughter. That is a first. And so we're really closely watching this because it is making a very grand statement and the right statement that children should not have access to guns. He should never have been able to have a gun. He was showing signs, the shooter was showing signs of mental distress. And so the shooter, I also might add, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. So it's just a tragic situation all the way around. The other thing we're watching about this case is the parents of those students that were killed and injured, I believe. They're not stopping. They wanted what happened to happen in that the parents were held responsible. But they're also questioning and looking at the school administration, for example. So we're watching this very closely because it is going to be about responsibility. And that's, of course, something we want to see. In the lower right corner there, you might remember the incident where a 6-year-old child brought a gun to school and shot his teacher in the arm and I believe in the chest or abdomen area. She's fine. But again, tragic situation. That was a 9mm semi-automatic. The parent was held responsible for felony child neglect, but as the teacher is okay, there was no manslaughter involved, but there was a situation there where she was held responsible. But these things are just tragic. They're completely preventable. We have an American problem, we have a Texas problem, and I'm not going to go into all of those because the senator mentioned a few that grab at our hearts, and the El Paso community has certainly been affected by this as well. So, we want to get into, so what can we do? What can we do to prevent these situations? What can we do to normalize gun safety? If guns are going to be around, fine, but how do we normalize being safe? And I want to tell a quick story, a quick aside, if you will, before we get into our Be Smart acronym. When I went to college in the late 70s and early 80s, and the drinking age was 18 at that time. So people my age at that time, we drank. And worse than that, we drank and we drove. Okay, we did. And every time I get together with people my age and we're reminiscing, somebody always says, we're lucky to be alive, aren't we? because we were not responsible. Well, flash forward, I have 2 grown adult children. They both went to universities, 2 different universities. What's different about things now is when I talk to them about the fun they had in college, they talk about the fun they had. But when it comes to alcohol, something that's completely normal to them is the aspect of having a DD, designated driver. That's the norm. They don't and they didn't go out and party and drink unless somebody was driving that had not been drinking. And it was something that was agreed upon before they would go out together. I think all of this, and I know all of this, was really normalized in the work that Mothers Against Drunk Drivers did many, many years ago. We've learned from them that gun safety, gun violence prevention is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Because we're talking about societal change. We're talking about normalizing different behaviors. And unfortunately, that takes time. So every town came up with this acronym that talks about, well, how can you be responsible with gun ownership? And so I'm going to go into each of these with some specific information. SMART stands for Secure, Model, Ask, Recognize, and Tell. And so when we start with S, the S stands for secure. And here's where we get into the statistics. As you see there, 13 million households with children contain at least one gun. One study found the majority of children in gun-owning households knew where the gun was stored. And you'll find when you talk to parents, they sometimes are surprised by that. Every town for gun safety says there's specific ways that gun owners should store their firearms, and it's 3 steps. Unload the gun, remove the ammunition, including any chambered rounds, remove all ammunition, lock the unloaded firearm with a locking device or in a locked location, such as a gun safe. That's 2. And 3, store the ammunition in a separate secure location. So those 3 steps are considered really the gold standard for how to secure a firearm. Now I'm going to show you some of the gun safety lock boxes and safes, et cetera, that are on the market. And these first 3 are the most expensive that you can purchase. But one of the pushbacks we get is we'll say, store your guns away from the ammunition, don't store loaded guns. Well, we get the pushback, oh, well, but what if a robber comes into my home? I don't have time to, fiddle with and go find the ammunition. Okay. With these 3 locking devices, there's a biometric lock. So my boss, for example, my former boss, her husband has that middle lock box, and he just puts his palm of his hand in a certain area and it opens the lockbox. She cannot open it. It has to be his palm. So these are 3 of probably the more sophisticated gun safes and lock boxes that we recommend. We recommend to folks depending on their life situation. These are 3 others that are, I would say, second tier. That's my opinion. A gun case, which is easy to be used if you're traveling, a trigger lock. And the incident with the Virginia teacher that was shot, the parents said, oh, I had my gun in a trigger lock, and they found that she did not. So I don't know, I'm not as crazy about those. The cable locks are certainly good if you have very small children in the household. And one thing that's unique about the cable lock is a lot of organizations will give those out for free. And in some cases, when you purchase a gun, sometimes the cable lock will come with. So I think at the end of the presentation, we have someone will be presenting information about how to get free gun locks. And so that's something Moms Demand tries to do when we go out and talk about Be Smart. We have certain places that we can go, police departments, certain hospitals that will provide free cable locks for us to hand out to people. So that's proven to be a good thing. All right, the M in SMART is modeling responsible behavior. And here's one thing I'd like for this to be normalized conversation. It is always the adult's responsibility to prevent unauthorized access to guns. The other thing is there are no accidental shootings. They are perhaps unintentional, but the parent is responsible, the adult is responsible. And when shootings happen under their watch, they're not an accident because that gun should have been secured. So we want to learn and we want to think about how do we make this part of the conversation, certainly when we talk to children. If you see a gun, don't touch it, go tell an adult. Having the conversation at the age appropriate level and helping them understand that guns are dangerous, but there's things that you can do to be safe. And that's what we want all of us to do. So modeling responsible behavior is a big, big part of this. Now, the A stands for Ask About Unsecured Guns in Other Homes. This is one of my very favorite things to talk about with parents. Some of you, if you have kiddos or grandchildren, was new to me when my kids were young. All of a sudden, I had to worry about peanut allergies. That was new to me. I didn't remember having to go through that when I was a child, but this generation has to think about peanut allergies. So if you're going on a play date or you're sending your kiddo on a play date and they have an allergy, you have to make arrangements. There's other things that we do as parents to keep our kids safe. They go on a play date or you're carpooling. I remember doing that, asking, the other parent, do you have the car seat for my child if you're going to take them to nature school or whatever? Some people have issues around how much screen time is allowed, and parents will ask about that. Some people will say, is there any alcohol in the house? They'll ask about that. Well, if you're asking about all of those things, maybe we ought to be asking about the presence of firearms. So this is an example of how to have that conversation. And in all honesty, sometimes people tell us it's awkward. It's awkward for me to bring that up. If it's awkward, work on it, number one. But number two, maybe you do it via text or email to start with, just to get used to normalizing asking this question. Are there firearms in your house? And if so, are they secure? Are they stored and secure? And stored and secure does not mean loaded on an up top shelf where they can't get to it. Now, we already know of situations where they got to it. The children got the gun. So make this a normal part of conversations with other parents, with other adults. Normalize these conversations. The R and be smart is to recognize the role of guns in suicide. And statistically, I'm preaching to the choir here. You all know that 90% of suicide attempts with a gun result in death, much higher than the fatality rate of any other means of self-harm. 57% of gun deaths are by firearm suicide in the United States. We also know 42% of child suicides involve a gun. I just find that tragic. As your child gets older, as children get older, and maybe, parents have started with the cable locks, but, you just sense that it would be best. Kids are in and out of your house. I want to have my home be the most secure it can possibly be. If suicide is something that you or a family member is worried about, and this is something that should be talked about if you have a worry, sometimes you can take that gun and have your local police department store it for a while. Sometimes there's even gun ranges and gun dealers, depending on your community, that will agree to store the gun for a while. I think that's smart. I don't think we can be naive about the situation and the extreme role that guns play in suicide. A survey of high school students found that 20% had seriously considered attempting suicide within the last year. And I don't have to read the rest. You can see it right there. These are startling statistics, and it's really upsetting to me how often we hear that a child or a young adult will know where a gun is in the home, and yet the parents can't believe that that's real. Really? You do? You knew where it was? That's always disturbing for me to hear. But suicide, as we know, is one of the things that you just don't talk about. And that's another presentation for another time about how do you normalize this conversation. Things like this, the signs to look for, this audience knows all of this, but I don't know that a lot of people know these things and don't know that they would be willing to talk about them with other folks. A quick aside, my family decided to be very transparent when our daughter died by gun suicide. And so the people that I had 40 contractors that reported to me, and I told them, and I was very upfront about it and explained everything and explained the signs to look for. What shocked me when I told people was how many people contacted me privately after I opened up and said, I've thought about it before. I'm worried about my son. My mother died by suicide and I never can talk about it. It's this secretive thing that, we have to make some changes in terms of how we deal with this. But absolutely recognize the strong role, the unfortunate role that guns play in suicide. So these are some resources. Again, I think you guys know all of this, but we certainly, when we do our presentations, talk about calling 988, the lifeline.org. The Trevor Project is a fantastic organization doing great work to help prevent youth suicide in our LGBTQ communities. So we try to make these resources very available to folks. There's also, every town has what's called a survivor network. And a gun violence survivor is anyone who has experienced gun violence firsthand or has been impacted by it directly, in my case with our daughter. So that's a survivor. And what every town provides is a community for survivors to get together and receive support. They provide, if survivors, like I've decided to be an advocate for this, I can get resources from them on how to speak to this issue. There's a really wonderful network put together to, I always say, out of the darkness and into the light. This is the kind of conversation that we have to have, and we have to have it often, unfortunately, until things change and morph, which in this marathon that we're running, it will change, but we still have a ways to go. So the last letter in Be Smart is to tell everyone you know about Be Smart. And one of the things we request when we do these presentations is I want you all to think about 3 people, maybe an organization that you could talk to about Be Smart. Hey, you know what? I heard this, I heard information from this lady about guns and gun violence prevention. And there's actually things that we can do as long as guns are out in the communities. There's some proven, facts, proven information that will help keep our children and our loved ones safer. Have you ever heard of this? That's what we're trying to encourage people to do. So remember my example about designated drivers with youth. We're trying to normalize the conversation around being smart around gun storage and helping to prevent gun violence. So I really encourage this community, and I know you're all true believers, to help us in that, to normalize these conversations and make it accessible for people. Mindy Labanos is actually the lead in El Paso for Moms Demand Action, and she couldn't be here today, but this is her contact information. All of the slides that I just showed you and some of the statistics and things like that, we have a lot of that as collateral that you can use in your doctor's office, pediatrician's office. Sometimes we'll go in and we'll see that they have Be Smart collateral there so that we can share this message far and wide. So Mindy's going to be a fantastic contact for you as you think about, how to extend this message. BeSmartForKids.org. You can just go directly to that website, and they're going to have a lot of this information that I just shared with you. Every Town for Gun Safety is going to have statistics and information. Again, they're a big research think tank around all of this. So there's resources out there. Again, my message to you is let's normalize these conversations and make things better for these young families. And then I am not familiar with this organization, but is somebody on the line that can talk about how to get a free gun lock from Big Waves? And if not, here's what I'd recommend. Get your camera out and hover over the QR code. And it looks like they'll be able to, you can get a free gun lock, probably the cable lock that you see there. You can see how it's used in that picture. So I'll leave this up for just a second and open it up to any questions that you might have. And if you have a question, be sure and come off mute. Hey, Patrick.
Well, I was just going to say to you that you can get the kind of gun locks that are showed right here in your slide.
Mhm.
They hand them out free at the VA all the time.
Fantastic.
So you could just go in there and say, gee, I need some gun locks, and you can walk out with a whole handful.
Thank you. Thank you. We're always looking for those organizations that do that. I appreciate that. Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you again, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about something I'm very passionate about. Trying to stop share. Come on.
Diane, if you can hear me, this is Estela Reyes Lopez. That was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for being part of this morning's forum and discussion. So I'm listening to our wonderful presenters and this information, and I'm thinking, we're talking about is not just a community mobilization and community action battle for the safety and survival of our community in terms of gun violence and gun responsibility. We're talking about voting as well. We're talking about legislative action, and we've had with us our community senator, and we have with us Representative Goodwin as well. So I'm going to issue a friendly reminder to all of our online guests and everyone here present at the forum. I do this as a more than 24 years now. 24 years it's been since I became state certified volunteer deputy voter registrar. I've probably personally registered, I'm going to guess, between hundreds, if not thousands, of our community members to be able to vote and to be responsible, active voters. And so if there is anyone in this room here right now who, for whatever reason, has not registered to vote, please come see me. I'm pretty sure in the trunk of my car, I always drive around with supplies, so I can get you registered before noon today, and we'll take care of you. And if not, come find me and get my business card or my personal card, and we'll connect, and I will get you registered. It is that important. Okay, so next up on our schedule, I have the pleasure of introducing a dear colleague, coworker, and friend, and fellow activist. And yes, Bert, I do refer to you always as an activista. Let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Roberto Bert, as we lovingly call him, Johansson. I have the pleasure of working alongside this gentleman. He is one of our lead doctors, pediatricians at Centro de Salud Familiar La Fe. And for the last 5 years now, he has been on the front line of our community's battle against COVID and educating and protecting our community against this terrible pandemic. But Dr. Roberto Bert Johansson is a board certified pediatrician and pediatric critical care physician. He is an executive board member of the National Hispanic Medical Association and a member of the board of directors of the Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility. Born to immigrants from Honduras via Puerto Rico, he is very proud of his beautiful family and ancestry. Dr. Johansson earned his MD from Tulane University and a PhD in biomedical engineering from City University of New York University in New York. Look at you. That's right. That's right, baby. He is a member of Alpha Omega Alpha and the Arnold Gold Humanitarian Society. After completing a pediatric residency at Children's Hospital of New York at Columbia University, he continued his training with a fellowship in pediatric critical care medicine at Cornell University. Dr. Johansson, affectionately and lovingly known as Bert, Dr. Bert, is noted for employing child's play and humor as one method for evaluating his patients, applying the lessons learned in the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. Additionally, he was part of the Child Advocacy Commission in New York State for 20 years and the MedCare's Clinic for Child Abuse and Protection for 6 years here in El Paso. Dr. Bert continues his work with migrant children in El Paso that began in New York City. Dr. Bert also provides medical care at the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence. Please, a warm welcome for Dr. Bert. Come on up, dear.
Thank you for those kind words. I'm going to be talking about ACEs and trauma-informed care. Yes, I'm going to have some statistics, but don't worry, I'm going to go by those very quickly. Part of the reason I show the statistics is because when I talk to my colleagues who are intensivists, ER docs, and occasionally psychiatrists, you get the, well, where's the proof? And I think the proof is there. I also have to honestly admit that I'm a child of ACEs. My father was a World War II vet. He treated what was then known as battle fatigue, what we now call post-traumatic stress disorder, by drinking. I was well into my 30s before I realized the torture my father had gone through. Step 6, if any of you have lived with an alcoholic. I realized at that point in time, I had two fathers, the man in pain who drank and the man who sobered up and loved his family. Ironically, I choose to love both. The last thing I would like to do, since I'm talking about my dad, can those of you, my fellow veterans, please stand up and be recognized? And again, thank you for being here. Now, occasionally I do revert back to my New York ways of speaking. So just say, Beto, despacio. And one quick thing, how do I advance slides? I went to Jesuit High School and Sister Hildegard never let me touch the AV stuff. Again, I'm going to be reviewing what was known as ACEs, and I'm also be getting into trauma-informed care and also trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, and also how it overlaps with a very common diagnosis known as ADHD. One of the ways to get trained on this, if I don't cover it, is to go to the American Academy of Pediatrics homepage, and you will see for free an ACEs online tool to learn. And additionally, I see it didn't make it to this, but there's also the American Academy of Pediatrics for the lovingly price of $87. You can take a 6-unit trauma-informed care, which is also worthwhile taking. And I think any of us who take care of children, but also the elderly, because some of us who served in Vietnam are just beginning to realize that there are things that are living in us, even though we're survivors, that happened back then. I also want to remind all of us to take care of yourself. We mentioned that the people who were at the Walmart in August of 2019, some of them were shot, some of them have physical wounds, some have internal wounds. As a child, we were often told, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. You're fat, you're stupid, you're ugly, you're a goddamn immigrant. These words hurt and they kill, and people can live with these for the rest of their lives. And to jump to the end of my talk, people always ask me, Bert, what can I do? Rather than saying, why do you drink? Why do you smoke? Ask, mijo, what happened to you? Sit down and collaborate with the child, the adult. And you'll be amazed the transformation that can occur. And I know because it happened to me. The photographs I'm going to show were taken by a man I served with at the time, Staff Sergeant Jason Saravac, who continues to do non-governmental organization work throughout the world. So a lot of his photographs are very graphic. I show it on purpose. I want you to ask yourself, how do you feel on the inside? Also, some of the pictures, look at the child and ask, how are they coping? I'm a great fan of Montessori. And one of the things that I learned from her is all of us may have the same genetics, but our environment can change how we shape. These two trees live on the same plane in the Serengeti, but one was exposed to wind, the other wasn't. And a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment, not the flower. This is a photograph taken about the tsunami in Thailand several years ago. I show it because all of the people you're seeing on this are now dead. How would a child process this? This was found by aid workers. Notice the people are drowning and notice the sharks. This young child interpreted what he or she had saw through the lens of a 6-year-old. The water has sharks. The water's where people drown. View the world through the eyes of a child. When I was training in New York back, oh God, my God, 45 years ago, AIDS came out. And I learned that AIDS affected not only the person infected with the virus, but those who cared for him, this grandmother and her grandchild. The mother herself, who was cared for at home because there were no beds available at Harlem Hospital. As you just heard, my mother is from Honduras. There was a civil war in the country next door, Guatemala. As a matter of fact, in 1992, one of my favorite people, Rigoberto Menchu, won the Nobel Prize for Peace. These young ladies came out to visit Dr. Güero Loco as he landed. They were wearing their Sunday best. What are they doing now? Hiding from the dust blown by a helicopter. Children use brass in Iraq and Afghanistan and other places where there's war, and oftentimes get injured for it. This young girl, the only crime that she committed is that her father and mother and her were Roma. We unfortunately call them gypsies. He was shot at by a border guard on the Serbian-Kosovo border for simply being Roma. This child, again, was collecting brass to sell to help support his family in Afghanistan. For those of you who served, you recognize the patch on this man's left arm. He's U.S. Special Forces, what we jokingly call special squirrels. He was caring for this child. He was an 18 Delta Special Forces medic. A bullet intended for him killed this child. He's the photographer of many of these photos I'm showing. Recently in Gaza, we're seeing an entire country, nation, being bombed and children suffering. This young man, his only crime was being Syrian, and he drowned on a beach in Italy. In Kosovo, many of the parents were killed or deported. Their children were then raised in mass orphanages. Many of them found out that family members were killed when they were in mass graves. Hurricane Katrina 15 years ago. Notice the frustration in people's faces. Notice the children and their confusion. Houses and neighborhoods destroyed. Abuse, and I agree with Sir Winston Churchill. I cannot understand a human being that would willfully abuse and hurt an innocent child or woman or man, anybody who's vulnerable. This young lady was abused by her mother's new boyfriend. This child actually came to the ER several times thinking that she had a parvovirus, which gives you a slap cheek appearance. This young baby was actually beaten by the mother's boyfriend And you can notice that the trachea is deviated and that there's several fractures on the left-hand side. Children's bones are harder to break than adult bones. Juarez. When I first moved here, I went to Juarez because I felt I was needed. These were all over the place. What are they telling us? They're telling us that we have societal ACEs. These were all over the place. They weren't just in Anapra. They were in downtown Juarez. This is in Las Colonias. And for those of you who are not familiar with how things sometimes occur in Mexico, Las Colonias are areas, and they're in the United States too. They're unincorporated. They often don't sometimes have running water or schools or medical care. The houses they live in are often made from things that they found. This young man is actually a Talamora, and he lives just south of Palomas, Mexico. Dr. Eva Moya wanted me to learn what northern Mexico was really about. She had heard that there was a recent drug killing. These little girls saw their brother lying in a field. What did they think? What did they feel? And how do they feel valued? Because even in their own country, indigenous people are often placed at a lower stature. And as Maria Montessori said, kids strive to incorporate what's around their environment, to live, to cope. So what is trauma? Well, it's an event that overwhelms coping mechanisms. Think about how you may feel in any of the slides I just showed. Then try to incorporate that in a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old mind. And Jesus told us, for those of you who care for the most vulnerable amongst us, you shall have a seat beside my Father. Many of the children and adults, I know Vietnam veterans who still scream in the night because of what happened, because they still have that intense fear of helplessness and horror. They have physical, they have cognitive and emotional symptoms. And again, that terror can sometimes be manifested as what people think is aggression or bad emotions. Leonore Terre, who you'll see why she's one of my heroes in a moment, talks about 2 types of trauma. Type 1, which follow from unanticipated single events, a rape, a mugging. Or 2, from longstanding or repeated exposures to extreme events, such as war, ongoing violence, racism. Now, quite frankly, type 1s can turn into type 2s. The rape victim who's not believed, the rape victim who's called horrible names because it was his or her fault that they were attacked. For those of us who are over 50, we can remember the Chowchilla bus incident. A group of school children were kidnapped by 3 young people, young men, who then drove them to a construction site and buried the bus. The children and the bus driver were able to escape. What made this such an important thing is all these children, they had been taken care of by the social workers in their school. We knew what their lives were like. This was essentially an observational study. The psychiatrists at the time predicted that none of the children, or maybe one of the children, would have psychic trauma. Leonore Terre showed that all of them had that, including their parents and the bus driver. Additionally, the AAP has a few years ago, started addressing toxic stress, which can manifest by fear of going home, fear of living in a neighborhood. For those of you who are interested, the AAP has also come out with standards for the evaluation of suspected child abuse. Oh, and just to make your life a little better, there's now a group known as the new research group that believes that child abuse doesn't occur. I've had the displeasure of testifying against them in court. They're very articulate. So the stress response, as we know, is cortisol and epinephrine. We know that in human studies, as well as animal studies, these result in physiological as well as neuronal changes. So neglect, emotional neglect, abuse, extreme poverty, family violence can all lead to these changes. We know that people who are addicted to fentanyl, that their brains, PET scans show that their brains are wired differently. This is not just a point of you don't have the will, you don't have the cojones to change. How do people react? An absence of feeling. I've had children hide in a corner or under a table. And for those of you who want to come see what I do, I learned from an incredible pediatric psychiatrist, Megan Lawrence, who was the first African-American to go to be admitted to Columbia's Department of Pediatrics. She taught me, sit on the floor, act like a child, bring a toy. Because they may be hiding on that desk because something that you're not maybe dealing with. A sense of rage, that angry child who wants to bite you and not let you touch them. Maybe they're fighting off their abuser. Unremitting sadness, we call it depression. And many doctors are simply right for the antidepressants. Look up the data, they're 4 to 14% effective. Ongoing fear, they often fear that the abuser will find them. They fear for their mother or their sisters or their grandmother. There's some myths. Time heals all wounds. Yeah, no. Just keep busy, keep distracted, it'll be fine. And kids are just like adults. That's the only part of this sentence is true. They'll outgrow it and forget about it. That's not true. You will take these memories, these emotions, and this rewiring into your adulthood. So how do kids react to trauma? They fear for themselves. They fear for their parents. They have separation anxiety. They don't want to be removed from mom or dad. They don't trust adults. Frankly, there's not a whole lot of adults I trust. They refuse to follow routines, and this often gets kids into trouble and labeled as ADHD. It can be aggressive behavior. This often gets kids labeled as DMD, a disruptive mood disorder, or ADHD, or oppositional defiant disorder. And post-traumatic stress disorder is only one way that kids react to trauma. How does this change? How old they are. What's the history of the trauma? Do they have prior psychiatric disorders? What are their support systems? Are they going home to a loving, caring environment, or they're being backed into an orphanage and being warehoused? Also, how is it that their parents react? I always tell people, it's amazing what a hug does. And if you can read Heinz Kohut's book, The Analysis of Self, that you're a better person than I am, Gunga Din. I've tried to read it over the last 40 years. I'm only halfway through. So why should we address this? And hopefully in a few moments, I can convince you as anyone, not just physicians, nurses, and healthcare providers, all of us should ask and treat ACEs. So this was originally came out of the Kaiser Permanente health system in California, where they looked at 17,000 people, many of them who had trouble losing weight. And they discovered that some of the weight loss, people who couldn't, had different issues. And when they looked at these issues, they discovered they had something in common. First off, they discovered that these childhood experiences, in other words, how you were raised, are powerful influences who we are as adults. So one simple way of remembering ACEs, rather than memorizing, is this: these are stressful, hurtful things. Just recently, I was watching an episode of Young Sheldon where he cuts the hair off his sister's doll. Well, to that 9-year-old, that's a traumatic event. As an adult, we just go, oh, it's a doll, I'll get you another one. Same thing happens when a loved pet dies or abuelita dies. So of these 17,000 members, 25% had 2 categories of ACEs, and we'll talk about those. 1 in 16 had 4 categories. 22% were sexually abused as children. And 2/3 of the women experienced abuse, violence, or family strife in childhood. And that abuse included sexual abuse. The good news is healing can occur. The cycle can break. I'm going to openly admit that part of my cycle was broken by the incredible woman God sent me to marry. A safe, stable, nurturing relationship can help both the parent and the child and the adult who has this. So what are these adverse experiences that were a part of the original ACEs study? Recurrent physical abuse. Oftentimes in parents, it's I'm just disciplining my child. Recurrent emotional abuse. Sometimes verbal, sometimes not giving that hug. I often joke that I grew up in a house, yes, where there was chancla, a weapon of destruction used in Latino families. It's a wooden slipper. But what's worse was when my mother or abuelita would go, ay, mijo. I would want to be hit. That feeling inside my heart that I had disappointed the two women in my life that meant most to me. Imagine that being used as a weapon and the effect on a child. Sexual abuse, emotional or physical neglect. Other categories, being in a house with an alcoholic or drug abuser, having an incarcerated household member, someone who's chronically depressed, suicidal, a variety of mental illnesses. How about witnessing violence in a childhood? What often happens with abuse is the abuser may only abuse one child or may only abuse the mother. Having a single parent or no parents at all. But also children of war and natural disasters. I ask you how those children in Gaza are going to grow up. Another group, again, these are the high likelihood groups, severe and persistent emotional problems. Many times this is untreated anxiety, depression, or disruptive mood disorder. Health risk behaviors, which includes unprotected sex. Serious social problems. The social determinants of health determine how we get health and what diseases we have. I now work in an area, secundario, where the incidence of cardiovascular disease and cancer is amongst the highest. We're also the third poorest neighborhood in Texas. It influences adult disease and disability. There are incredible disease and mental health costs to this. I ask anyone to go to a VA hospital and look how our vets are treated and how a lot of mental illness is not being addressed. As a result, there's poor life expectancy. As long as 20 years on average is taken away. This is simply looking at blood pressure on the y-axis. On the x-axis is age in years. The dark line is people who have 4 or more ACEs. Their blood pressure is significantly higher. We know that the higher your systolic blood pressure is, the more likely you are to have a cardiovascular event, including stroke and heart attack. So 1 in 3 adults have a score of 0. Most people have a 0, or at least admit to 0. A 4 more results in multiple risk factors. 6 or more takes 20 years off of life, a preventable 20 years. They're interrelated. If you see here, people who have higher ACEs are also more likely to be alcohol abusers. They're self-medicating. Again, don't yell at the person for drinking and how it's going to destroy their liver and their brain. Ask what happened to you. The way that it works is you have the ACEs down at the bottom of the pyramid. You then get a disruptive neurodevelopmental and work up to the disease and lack of quality of life. Children and adolescents especially drink alcohol. They smoke tobacco. Yes, nicotine actually causes brains to relax. Sexual promiscuity, but also recently the ACEs have changed. No sexual partners and asexual. Using drugs, including fentanyl. Overeating disorders from the original ACEs study, but also delinquent behaviors. There was a study done in New York City looking at disruptive children, and they discovered that the kids felt that even bad attention was better than no attention. These kids often came home to an empty household. The behaviors may not be the core problem. The kids may be coping. They may just be trying to feel better. So I like to make the point is that you go from abuse to neurobiological effects to disease and disability, not the other way around. The behavior is predictable. We even see when the kids are 10, 11, 12 years old, they oftentimes remember the abuse they had when they were 5, or sometimes they remember when they're in their 20s or 30s, the abuse that occurred when they were younger. Psychiatrist friends of mine tell me this is a self-protective mechanism. But we know the higher your ACEs, the more likely this protective mechanism is most likely to kick in, not to remember. We know in animal studies that there's neuronal pruning. There's fewer synapses. The more synapses you got, the smarter you are, the more likely you are to cope. Yes, our brains are like computers. The more gigabytes you got, the smarter you are. We see that, again, the less branching occurs in people who had genes activated because they suffered ACEs. This is a child well, two children who had PET scans. It's a kind of MRI where they give you a labeled glucose that only the brain uses. The temporal lobes, which is an area where emotion and certain kind of thoughts are stored, are basically gone in an abused brain. Compare to that, to the intact brain. This is an MRI of a child unexposed to alcohol and a child after prenatal exposure to alcohol. The brain is smaller. And if you notice, there's more black spots. These are areas of the brain where you use for cognition and processing emotions. Chronic depression. Many general practitioners simply prescribe medicines and don't do the most important thing, which is, why are you anxious? Why are you depressed? What happened? When I do a history and physical, I put down the ACEs score on the physical, along with the PHQ. And if it's a new child, I record what's known as the postpartum depression scale and Berg. And guess what we find? High scores. We see underlying suicide. Would it be wonderful if you could prevent suicide or suicide attempts a decade or two before they occur? Hallucinations. Yes, we all have a childhood friend. When does that stop and become pathological? Sexual abuse and unexplained symptoms. I have a tummy ache. I'm urinating a lot. It burns when I urinate. I have a headache. And you find no physiologic cause. Inquire about the psychological or social cause. ACEs can lead to high risk of smoking. Again, nicotine calms the brain. Alcoholism, intravenous drug use, likelihood of more than 50 sexual partners, which lead to more HIV. Also more unintended pregnancy or elective abortion. Serious social problems, being victims of interpartner violence because you have a high ACE score. There was a wonderful book written called Why Women Love Men Who They Hate. Perpetrating domestic violence. People who have high ACEs grow up oftentimes to be abusers themselves. 35% of all children who were abused sexually as children grew up to be sexual abusers themselves. Histories of STDs, which is telling us it's high-risk behavior. Hispanics between the ages of 13 and 24 represent the highest group of new incidences of HIV. It's costing us as taxpayers. Liver disease, COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, higher rates of antidepressives, rates of antipsychotics, anxiolytic drugs, poor life expectancy. The higher your ACEs score, you can just trim time off. This is actually a better predictor than the scales that we use for predicting stroke and heart attack. Serious jobs. How many of us ask as physicians, have you changed a job? How long have you kept that job? Marian Edelman is one of my favorite people on the planet. Children's Defense Fund. The issue is not what you're going to pay, it's are we going to pay now, or we're going to pay a whole lot further on. Gracias. It worked out, a Nobel laureate, Eric Kaufman, $10 on investment, return for every dollar we invest. Expand Medicaid. This burden is a lifetime. We lose it in productivity. We lose it in healthcare cost. We also lose it. One of the things that amazes me where I work with some incredible young people who are very bright, but they don't want to go to school. Oh no, it's not for me, Dr. Burt. I asked them about our heroes. Who's my hero? Dolores Huerta. And for those of you who don't know who she is, but you do know Cesar Chavez. I ask you, why don't we remember Dolores Huerta, who was by Chavez's side in prison and in the fields? Is it because she was brown? Cesar Chavez was brown. Is it because she's Mexicana? Cesar Chavez was Mexicana. Is it because she was a woman? So we reduce these costs. We see decreases in hospital visits and doctor visits. There was an interesting study done in Israel during the war with Hezbollah and in Lebanon in the north. Social workers from Europe gave hug-a-puppies little stuffed animals, and they gave them to the children and said, you need to protect your pet. You need to give them a name. And do you know what happened? There was a 78% decrease in PTSD and ACEs scores. The kids felt needed. It gave them an escape from what they were seeing. For kids who witness interpartner violence, by simply addressing it and giving them a safety plan, reduce their ACEs scores and reduce their further healthcare needs. In other words, we can immunize kids against ACEs. And even if you're not a physician, you can do this. Simply listen to the child. It's amazing how far a hug goes. So there's something known as trauma-informed care. And I'm running out of time, but I want you to just let you know, what can we do? You can talk to children. You can talk to adults. When I was still caring for adults, I realized that there are people in their 70s and 80s that are still dealing with trauma they had when they were in their teens and younger. You can screen. One of the things that we did in a clinic that I was in New York, when we would send someone in to get urine, we had this little sign up. If things are fine, label your urine with the black pen. If things aren't, label it with the red pen. We picked up a lot of abuse. Mothers writing in a red pen for their children or writing in the red pen for themselves. So I'm running out of time, but I would like to leave some time for questions. Thank you for listening to me.
Hire people who are in leadership to disagree. Do you think that has had an effect not only on children or young adults, but
Oh, yes. I work with wounded warriors, and I'm seeing that these young soldiers who are just back from Iraq and Afghanistan, and even older soldiers from Vietnam are having that reaction. One of the things I love about it being America is that we should argue. We should be able to have a disagreement. In fact, the Bible tells us we should. It's the nature of that, the vehemence, the hatred that's coming out that concerns me on both sides. I'm not trying to take a political side, but I think it's affecting it because kids are seeing it on TV. We knew from studies done after the 9/11 towers that kids who lived as far away as Georgia and Florida were having PTSD simply seeing what was happening on TV, seeing children cry. So that's an excellent question, Ben, and you're absolutely correct. It does affect them. Okay, and then.
Give this information to more people, to make it available to more families, to try to understand this crisis and what is the way to deal with them. What would be your recommendation? Making it more accessible through schools, to community centers? What would be the way to do it?
Well, the reason I'm smiling is because I sit on an advisory committee for the American Academy of Pediatrics. And one of the things that we're doing is we brought on board the trauma-informed care to get pediatricians and family practitioners educated. Personally, I agree with you. I think in order to be certified as a teacher, a nurse, a doctor, social worker, you should be ACEs trained and trauma-informed care trained. Because until we get it out there, because I can tell you, being someone who has a high ACE score, it was such a relief to find out that I could control it, I could take care of it, that this didn't own me. And I also have to tell you, a lot of it took me forgiving my father. It wasn't his fault. He also had ACEs. So I'd like to have you all join with us to try to get ACEs and trauma-informed care out there. Yes, sir.
Thank you. This was an amazing presentation, very
Thank you.
edifying. So I have a question about active shooter drills in schools. And I have two daughters who are in elementary school, beginning pre-K in Dallas. They're active shooting trainings. where they lock the door, somebody will come around on the outside and jiggle the door handle, and the students will all be from age 4, like crowded into a corner. And they'll come home and they'll say, you know, we did this thing, there was a bad guy, and they don't really understand what's going on. And so student who was with us was very bad because she made noise. And I guess the question in light of all this that I have for you is, at what age should parents be discussing shootings with their children, or why they're doing these trainings, and how should those conversations happen?
Okay, many things apart. Ben, do you remember advanced infantry training? When you had to, well, please don't call me sir, I work for a living. What we're talking about is they make a young soldier, 17 to 19 years of age, crawl when it's nice in dry sand, when it's not so nice, mud that burns. And they're firing very loud 50 caliber weapons over your head. So the noise, and they yell and scream at you. You know what the Army found out a few years ago? It makes the soldiers worse. So I think reliving that traumatizes the kids in themselves. The therapy and the treatment is probably worse. Now, should kids do that? Yes, the teachers should be known to lock doors. There are things you can do without telling the kids to be safe. When I was younger, we were worried about the Cubans bombing us. Remember the missile crisis? And the sisters moved us into the hallway and bent our heads over. And I only found out when I went home that this had to do with the Russians and Khrushchev, and I was too young to realize what it was. So to answer your second question, I look at shooter drills the same way I do about sex. People ask me all the time, how did you teach your kids about sex? I answered their questions. So when they were 5 or 6, they were just realizing that boys and girls were different. Cool. Yes, they are, mijo. When they started getting around 10, 11, the questions were a little more complicated. The same thing should happen with shooters. We need to protect our kids. It's okay not to tell children everything to protect them. And I frankly disagree with the shooting drills in schools. I think they actually traumatize kids more. And thank you for asking that, because I think, again, in order to enter the kingdom of my Father, you need to be as this child. We need to do that more often, especially with those of us who have Y chromosomes. That was a joke.
But it was a good one. We have one more question. Yes. And then did anyone else have a question? Back. Okay.
Okay, I'll ask a semantic question briefly. Archie Blair, I used to be a pediatrician, then I became an adolescent and young adult doc. ACE, unfortunately, has childhood as its center, as a C, by the way, too, center. And there are young people who don't get into adverse experiences until they're adolescents and even young adults. So I worry, and I'm a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics, that just using ACE as the eponym kind of avoids what can happen to a lot of other young people when they become adolescents. Maybe there should be an AE or a AYAE, adolescent young adult.
It's why the American Academy of Pediatrics is moving toward trauma-informed care. Because again, a lot of the young soldiers I'm working with, many of them come from traumatic neighborhoods, and that's why they joined the Army or the Marine Corps to start off with. And then their experiences made it worse. And many of these young men, although technically still children or adolescents because they're not 24 years of age. Yes, you're an adolescent until you're 24, guys. Their trauma didn't start until they saw beheadings in Iraq. So I agree completely with you. And again, we're attempting to move to trauma-informed care. Part of when I do give these talks, I still like to use ACEs because that's what's still being used in the literature. But Archie, thank you for asking that, because I completely agree with you. The man's a genius.
Yes, he is. Okay. Before I hand the mic to our final question, unless someone else has a question or comment in the audience or from the online community, I just wanted to share as well. You brought back right now, when I was listening to you, Bert, a memory. We're talking about how trauma follows us. You know, one of the things as a member of the indigenous community that I've been keeping an eye on and trying to research for personal reasons as well is generational trauma.
Oh, yes.
And how it affects us. And as someone of the indigenous community, we carry that with us, you know, from mother to child to great-grandchild to great-great-grandchild, the tales of, you know, and the impact of colonization and oppression. And much of that has to do with guns.
Oh,
with the effect of having them aimed
absolutely.
at us.
Yeah.
And having that affect us as a community long term. That's one. You know, I started in the news business as a 17-year-old young girl desperate to get bylines and ending up being the only Spanish speaking person in the newsroom at 1 a.m. when no one else wanted to go cover a shooting in Segundo Barrio. Never imagining that, you know, decades later, I'd end up running the media communications office for the main nonprofit in the area. But I do remember what it felt like to be out there watching crime in a community I care deeply about, much of it gun related, much of it having to, you know, take place in homes of very low income, very marginalized, very oppressed people who often felt the only source of power for them was a firearm.
Yep.
And so that's something I think we all need to think about.
But I also want to add one more thing. I had the opportunity when I was a resident to go work with the Hopi people and the Navajo.
Mhm.
I first went with the Hopi, members of the Bear Clan. It was a wonderful experience. When I went to go work with the Navajo, I discovered they hate each other with a vehemence that you couldn't imagine. I had no clue. I didn't know why. I didn't understand it. I wanted to meet the code whisperers for the Navajo. This hatred goes back by their histories, 1,000 years. They looked at me as a mixed blood person when they found out my heritage as, well, that's okay. What are they really saying? It's generational ACEs. So thank you for sharing that. Thank you. Tú eres Teresa Yorreya.
Raramuri, full blood. And our
Ben,
next-
you had a question?
we have a
Oh.
question here, and then I'll take it to you, Ben.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was really great. I wanted to piggy off kind of the school shooter drills and keep it within the public education system. So I was wondering how much, I'm sure it varies by person, but how much exposure is needed to trigger these ACE trauma instances? Because there's been a lot of push about talking about giving teachers firearms to protect their classrooms. So I'm wondering, how likely is it that if a child, an elementary school child, were to see their teacher have a pistol somewhere in the classroom, how likely is it to trigger those ACE trauma effects?
Okay, you're actually asking several questions, and you're absolutely right. We learned from when we released early heroin addicts back into the neighborhood, there was a high recidivism rate because of the memory of living in that neighborhood. We're seeing the same thing where, with me, it smells. Like if I smell, like I make sofrito, it's a Puerto Rican spice. And all of a sudden I'm 10 years old and I'm sitting in my abuelita's lap. I hear a helicopter, I break out into a sweat, my heart rate goes up. So you have to be very careful. The gun can bring back ACEs or it can be an environment. Number two, I think we've proven with Uvalde and Parkland and Tips in Buffalo that a good guy with a gun doesn't negate a bad guy with a gun. Those people were killed. I'm descended from police officers. Every time my cousins, my uncles, and my grandfather went on a shift, my abuelita would light a candle for their safety. Anytime that we heard that there was an officer down. On 9/11, my family was in a panic. And yes, my cousins volunteered to go down to the site. So gun control helps protect our police officers, the people who protect us. So did I answer your question? All right. Because sometimes I'll wander off and get crazy.
Thank you for a great presentation. My final, just a comment, is that I teach part-time and I have the opportunity to go to different schools throughout the city. And I was just wondering, I go to these elementary schools from K1 through K5. And then sometimes I go to the high schools, but I was so surprised going to the junior highs, the difference of how they completely changed. I know a student that I knew in the 4th or 5th grade, and then I go to the 6th and 7th grade, and they're completely different. And why is that? I mean, completely different from being real good to actually just wanting to be on their cell phones.
Well, a couple things have changed. For those of you who have daughters, take a deep breath. The average age of onset of puberty is 9 years old. I have delivered babies because in New York, if you're under 16, a pediatrician needs to be present at its delivery to 11-year-olds. So part of it is indeed hormonal. I mean, having raised the number of, that's part of it. But secondly, there's some interesting studies looking at the increase in what we label as autism. A lot of kids are losing social skills because they're on their tablet. I've given books donated by Scholastica to children in the unit, and they take the book and go like this. So what we've done is we've changed their focus from here to here, and they're losing that social. I agree with you. I used to have trouble with adolescents, but now it's the kids who are in 6th, 7th, 8th grade. I also discovered from my cousins, the police officers, that gangs are trying to recruit kids in 5th, 6th, and 7th grade for exactly what you're talking about. So that's amazing. So thank you for making that observation, because most people think I'm out of my mind when I talk about it, that I'm more afraid for the 6th and 7th grader than I am the 12th grader.
And Dr. Wirt, we have one final audience question, and then we will be taking a 15-minute break. And FYI, ladies and gentlemen's bathrooms are directly out into the lobby. So, ma'am, if you would please stand.
Yes. Thank you. Unfortunately, I came in late, but everything I heard, I'm intrigued. I'm interested. I teach 7th grade, so I can affirm what you've just said. Yes, please. Thank you. But back to the first month in, when I was just a few years ago, because I went back into teaching. We went through a shooter drill. I hadn't been in the school system for years. I was shaken.
Mm-hmm.
It shook me.
Yeah.
A little. It was in a 2nd grade class. One of the little girls started crying. We have 2 shooter drills a year. We have to do certain things per policy. But what can I do as a teacher to not aggravate, to maybe create a space where they feel safe? I try to do my best, but I'm coming from a place where I'm not educated on those matters. So I follow the guidelines, and I also communicate with them as in, if it happens, this is what we're doing. I engage them. I have a bookcase by the door so that we know that because it's a possibility, and we also have conversations about it afterwards. But what can I do to not trigger, to not traumatize them in this space where it's already,
You've
what it
already
is.
made the first step. Where I come from, I would say, tú eres muy cariñosa. You're caring, you're gentle. Make sure your students know that. One of the things that I propose, and this is an idea by Bert, this isn't a part of a guideline, rather than having shooter drills, let's have a fire drill. Let's have a rabid dog on campus drill, because it's the same techniques. You want to gather the kids and get them out. I recently know, because I've already probably noticed that I use humor. My psychiatrist colleagues tell me that humor is an advanced defense mechanism. Feel free to use humor. When I did in the ICU, I often tell parents, don't cry at the patient's bedside. Why? She's sick. If you're ill and your mom and dad are crying by you, how do you feel? You feel horrible because, oh my God, I'm going to die. Yes. So let's switch that around. So when you do, change these into fire drills, change these into, an evacuation drill. And at the same time, there's nothing wrong with making it cheery or happy. Because kids love living in a place where there's humor. And my grandmother used to say that every time you laugh, the devil cries, and that his tears put out the flames of hell. And any of you who've been raised by a Latina grandmother, she would giggle and go, mijo, your tios need all the breaks they can get. She even used humor to explain something complicated. She wanted us to laugh at her funeral. Use humor, use distraction. I'm a firm believer in EMDR, eye movement distraction, redirection. We can use that at a class level. The kids are going to look to you. How do you behave? But talk to your faculty and then talk to your administration about changing these into fire drills. Go to lunch drills. Yeah, well, you can call them lockdowns to yourself, but you can redirect them to kids. We're having a special fire drill. And part of the reason again, this is my thoughts, I can't back this up with any literature, is I watch the TV and you're seeing shootings, you're seeing people with blood on the TV. I mean, some of the photos I showed are benign compared to some of the things we see on the news. So you need to immunize those kids, but I agree with what you're doing. So when they say that it's a lockdown drill, say, we're practicing on going to lunch drill. And again, I applaud you for what you're doing. Your heart and brain are in the right place.
Thank you, everyone, for your great, insightful questions. Thank you, Dr. Bird. Un aplauso, another applause for him, much deserved. We're going to take a 15-minute break and then we will continue. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you. If you're just joining us, again, my name is Estela Reyes Lopez. I'm your moderator for the morning. I am the Media and Public Information Officer for Centro de Salud Familiar La Fe here in El Paso, Texas, federally qualified community health center. And I'm also a proud member of the executive board of the El Paso, Texas League of Women Voters. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker to the microphone. Welcome, Dr. Archie Blair. Thank you, sir. Dr. Blair is a clinical research professor in radiation medicine and the Knight Cancer Institute at the Oregon Health and Science University, a professor of pediatrics at McGovern Medical School of the University of Texas, and collaborator of the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation at the University of Washington. One of Dr. Blair's peer-reviewed publications on public health, of which he is particularly proud, is titled Increasing Rate of Unintentional Firearm Deaths in Youngest Americans, Firearm Prevalence and COVID-19 Pandemic Implication, which was published in the Journal of the National Medical Association in 2021. Dr. Blair's 2017 textbook, Cancer in Adolescents and Young Adults, has 129 authors from 11 different countries on 5 continents, 849 pages, 245 figures, 129 tables, 3,817 references, and weighs 4.8 pounds, which was $147,786 worth in weight of gold on August the 11th, 2023. Just saying. Yeah, that's right. As we say here in the neighborhood, se vale, se vale. Dr. Blair has devoted 5 decades of his life and career to clinical research, during which he has been the recipient of more than $85 million in research grants as a principal investigator and an author of more than 300 original reports in bona fide, I love that word, bona fide, in bona fide peer-reviewed medical journals. Recently, he has focused his research on firearm violence, cannabis opioid, there you go, hon. Life, hey, you wrote this, life expectancy and overdiagnosis issues in the US, and for personal benefit, care of his dog, Teddy, swimming, walking, and golf.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yes, we love our little 4-legged babies.
Absolutely.
Please, a warm round of applause and welcome for Dr. Archie Blair. All yours, sir.
Thank you, Estella, and thank you, Jaime. Thank you, Dr. Bird. Thank you, Moms Demand Action, and a special thanks to Senator Blanco. Really, I mean, I can't imagine a better start to the purpose of this function. Let's see if we can advance to the first slide. There we go. Firearm violence in Texas. I hope within the half hour to learn some lessons from the research I've done of the Rio Grande Valley, at least on this side of the border. And in particular, the importance, relevance of Mexican-American heritage. My co-authors and presenters over the years have been Dr. Siegel in the lower left, and from Los Angeles, actually, University of Southern California Children's Hospital, Los Angeles, And in the upper right, now at Hanover and Dartmouth, is Dr. Charles Thomas. None of us, so let's go back and make sure we get that. Oops, sorry, I gotta go. None of us have a conflict of interest that we're aware of, financial or relevant in terms of any conflicts of interest. And on the contrary, we are incredibly concerned and interested. Okay, the outline will be to try to review the fire and deaths in the valley, the Rio Grande Valley, RGV, I'll abbreviate it. The evidence for the gun industry influencing what's happening here.
What are
And
you
the
gonna
heritage
get?
of being
I was gonna get one of those
Mexican-American
sandwiches.
or otherwise Latino, Hispanic, and fire and violence. If we have time, some counties in the Rio Grande Valley that need your help, at least from my perspective. And I don't think we'll have much effort or time for this, but the role of mental health, because it's been alluded to, and I added while I was out there listening to you, in explaining the United States' firearm crisis, the role of mental health not being the cause. And then if we can, we'll go through the conclusions and have you discuss the issues. Okay, here we are, although toward the bottom left of this depiction. And here are 22 counties along this side of the Rio Grande, including a few, 3 or 4 that are one county in, but I think are part of the valley. They look over the valley, and they would include Reeves, to some extent, Pecos, Uvalde, and some others in the southern part of this territory. So I'm going to refer to this group of 22 counties as the Rio Grande Valley here on this side of that river. You've got Mexico to the south, New Mexico in the upper left on this depiction. Then you got Chihuahua across the river from where we are right now, which is among 20 countries in both Central America and including Mexico, and all 33 states of Mexico, the third worst place in terms of firearm deaths, right across the river from here. So I guess I'll ask a question. How do you think the 22 counties of the Rio Grande Valley fare in terms of firearm violence, mortality, death rate? Is it better than average, worse than average, or average? Worse, worse. Any other points? Okay, worse. I heard half a dozen times worse. Okay. That's what I assumed. So let's look at some data to answer the question, at least in terms of relevance of scientific evidence. How does the violence rate in those 22 counties compare? This is the rest of Texas. Of the 254 counties in Texas, I took out the 22 in the Lower Rio and Upper Rio Grande Valley, and I left 221 or 2 counties that go into this data. Now, this is all firearm deaths, starting back in 2000 and shown every year annually with those dots. And then there's a regression analysis that creates the line or the curve you see over the dots called joint point analysis. And it's probably the most accurate current way of looking at trends. It identifies when a trend changes, not only when, but the interval when it's most likely, 95% confidence interval within a few months or years of that trend, if you're looking at time. And it also provides statistical significance of each trend, whether it's scientifically proven in terms of statistical significance. If you look at the incidence or the annual rate of homicides in red here, you can see it was going up until about 2007, 8, 9, and then dropped for a few years across the rest of the state of Texas. And then it's begun to skyrocket. And the very end of that curve, the very top, are the last couple of years of the pandemic. And the most recent year of data available for all this is in yellow at the top of 2021. We don't have 22 or 23 data yet released by the Centers for Disease Control of the United States. What about suicide, firearm suicide? The scale here for both the homicide in red and the suicide on the right in purple is the same. So right away, you know, the suicide rate from firearms in the rest of Texas is higher than the homicide rate. It's almost twice as high. But it too started to go up in 2005-6 era, and then has continuously increased in the rest of the state. So one lesson in this situation is firearm suicide is a worse problem, double the number of deaths than homicides, including mass murders, which are actually a very small percentage of the problem. Even though we're here next to Walmart and Uvalde, but it's the suicide rate with firearms that's the most significant in terms of total death and violence, and also then homicides before mass murders. What about us here in the lower and upper Rio Grande Valley? I use lower because that's where I spent most of my initial effort in terms of researching the problem and had a chance to present it at McAllen. And they were surprised that it's this different. Your 22 counties are half the firearm death rate. It's not only better, it's incredibly, sufficiently, significantly, substantially less. And it was going down. If you look at now, I guess I wanted to focus most of this, oops, sorry. I want to focus first on the overall death rate. It's going down until about 2013, 14, 15, and then it reversed and it's been going up continuously. But it's half, and still half, if not even less than half of what it is in the rest of the state. Now, what about suicide in red and far right in blue or purple, if you can see the color, the homicide rate? Well, it follows the overall firearm rate. It was going down to about 2014. That's impressive. I couldn't find another place in the country that had a decreasing firearm suicide rate. And those rates, at least the one for homicide, are statistically significant. I haven't shown that, but I can do that when you wish. But something happened in 2014 or so that turned it around. So I think I'm going to ask the question after concluding that the Valley has one of the lowest firearm death rates in the entire state, about half that of the rest of the state. And most of the deaths in Texas and in the Valley are suicides. So the question is, I'm going to skip this and go to the bottom. What happened to turn it around? What occurred? I was surprised at what I think is a primary explanation. You can read that. Beginning in 2015, the gun industry in the United States focused on minorities and specifically Hispanics and Blacks. It all began in 2015, and they reported in this large compendium how they were going to help their industry by going after those who weren't buying guns. So here's the report from the National Shooting Sports Foundation. And the byline or the subtopic line is a Hispanic market study, firearms and the shooting sports. And I think that front page photo tells you what you need to know inside, including, thank you again, our canine friend. Okay, so the foundation, NSSF, is the official trade association of our gun industry in the United States. And they, through the Center for Violence, actually it's the Violence Prevention Center, the PC, the Violence Prevention Center, has spent years documenting what you are going to learn from this experience. And they said the birthplace of the long-term organized and coordinated effort by the firearm industry, and the gun lobbying target was to go after non-white potential gun owners as of 2015. And there's a reference there that you can look at later. The NRA, the gun industry, target Hispanics to broaden its appeal in order to survive, to improve their sales. That was on Fox News in 2016. I outlined Fox News for at least recognizing the problem. So here from the Violence Policy Center is some more comments. In response to stagnation in the traditional white male market, the gun industry and National Rifle Association targeted Blacks and Latinos as new buyers, potential new buyers. And then they produced a 39-page report. This is the Violence Policy Center or Prevention Center. And they used data from, and each of those checks is a source of information, evidence, whether it's gun marketing studies of those organizations, of the gun industry and the NSSF itself, publications, advertisements, videos, social media that we were able to uncover, NRA articles, online programming, and other related materials. And here's one of their, they found this in the NSSF materials, targeting directly Hispanics and Latinos. They even have videos. This was taken from their 2015 meeting, or 2016, but I think it's 15, that shows how they identified the vulnerability of Hispanics. And you can Google look at that closer to see what they realized they could then target with their marketing effort to improve the sales of guns and firearms and pistols and long range, long guns, so forth, even assault weapons. So what happened? Well, now this is for the entire United States, among the non-Hispanics of the country, from 2000, actually 1999 to 2000, the rates per 100,000, age adjusted, so that it's all easily going from one year to the next comparable. And you can see at top, the all firearm death rate, and then the two major constituents, the suicide rate and the homicide rates in black and red, or middle and lower curves. And yes, there was an increase over that time, continuous for suicides, maybe an inflection upwards in the 2005 era, and then even more so with homicides over the last 5 years of this depiction. What about Hispanics for the entire country? Like Texas, it was going down across the country, and then it turned around. Within a couple of years, it started to escalate rather dramatically, not only overall, but also for homicides and suicides. And if we were to look a little more closely, that was after 2015. So whatever the industry wanted to do, they achieved. Even at the bottom, if you can tell from your seat or place online, even unintentional, accidental firearm deaths went up. It's that bottom line at the very bottom. You can't tell it because it's such a lower rate, but it went up too. The accidents that killed Hispanics increased. And that's not so obvious in the non-Hispanics on the left. So if we look at the right, which is Hispanic increase, and compare it to the left, which is non-Hispanic, I think you can tell there's quite a dramatic increase on the right as compared to the one on the left. So the industry and its chief advocacy and association and SSF accomplished what they wished to. Okay, what about here in the valley? The upper curve, this is the 22 counties that we're in right now, shows the non-Hispanic rate of all firearm deaths, and the lower brown curve, the valley death rate. Now, if we look at the all rate at the bottom left and expand it to look at a closer view, magnification, and include the other types of gun deaths, the top brown curve on the right shows that dramatic decrease, statistically significant. There's some p-values up there that less than 0.006, I think it is, turned around within a year or two after the industry targeted Hispanics and went up, as you can tell, dramatically overall, but also the blue and red curves, and down the bottom, the brown. Now you can see that here in the valley, it happened too. So the progress you were making was lost in 2015, 2016. So you have a problem. You can see where you're going, upwards and rather, unfortunately, rapidly, at least overall. And if you compare that to the non-Hispanics in the valley, and the black above on the left side, that's you, but your non-Hispanic community. Industry has had its effect. So the conclusions in this case are, the firearm death rate began to increase in the United States after the industry targeted Hispanics to buy, and blacks to buy firearms. And Hispanics, firearm deaths were declining before that began, the targeting, but within 1 or 2 years, it turned around and started increasing and has been increasing ever since. The targeting was followed by increases not only overall, but in homicides, suicides, and accidental firearm deaths right here where you are. And nationally, Hispanics have since had a greater increase than non-Hispanics. I don't think I showed that to you, but the rate of increase went up nationally in Hispanics faster than in others who were not considered Hispanic or Latino, or reported that to the US Census Bureau when they were polled. Now, this comes from something that happened just a few days ago on March 20, I can see it March 22nd. No, that's yesterday, or two or 3 days ago, and was reported by USA Today. They took a study, I see at the bottom, Tuesday this week, right? They took a study from the Every Town for Gun Safety, thank you, again, Moms Demand Action too, and undercover in a way, determined, and I would like to show you the video, but you can look for it yourself later, that demonstrates that the gun industry is allowed, and it says there for $30 and a few clicks at the bottom, anybody of any age, including minors and kids, like we heard earlier from Dr. Burt, to purchase ammunition and have it sent to their home within a few days, to use their parents' firearm or their siblings or their friends, or they can take them over to the neighborhood house and bring the ammunition with them without divulging their age. The entire effort to sell bullets and ammunition and so forth, the ammo to children is very successful because they have basically hidden the requirement as expected of a business like alcohol to say you have to be over 18 and be served, or have they'll send it to you in the mail. That's not happening with the gun industry. It's there if you look in the fine print. You're not supposed to buy, but the fine print is basically hidden. So this is a brand new study. So it's not just adults that have been targeted. It's the ACE folks, adverse childhood experience, children and adolescents. Recommendations based on then what I tried to convey to you. This is somewhat personal, so I'm not sure you should agree with it, but as per the Supreme Court judgment in 2019, which allowed the Sandy Hook families to sue Remington because they provided the guns and firearms to the shooter to kill their kids, they were allowed to sue Remington. As of a week ago, oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong buttons here. Okay, let's go back again. March 19th, Chicago, the city, sued Glock for the deaths they've had because of the firearms are being distributed by Glock and bought by residents of Chicago. That's just happened too, just a few days ago. So I'd also recommend that gun stores and owners, which is getting to be a little more provocative, should have liability insurance and have to pay for it if that's the way they obtain it, so that if their gun or their firearm or pistol or long arm or rifle kills somebody, just like we heard from Moms Demand Action, but have them liable and make them pay for insurance to cover them in order to purchase that firearm. And like all other businesses, especially the alcohol business and the car business, you can't drive a car until you're over 18, you got to demonstrate, et cetera. Have the gun industry we're required to do the same. And technically, they're supposed to, but they're not. They're not being enforced. So kids are buying ammunition. All right, we're going to switch to the third bullet, which was Mexican American heritage. I was really impressed by this in the Lower Rio Grande Valley. So I had a chance to look at it a little more. Now, what you see on the right are the counties in the state of Texas by the percentage of the residents in each county who are Hispanic. The darkest brown, up to almost 96% of the residents in that county are Hispanic, versus the almost white or the lightest shade of brown, tan, I guess, 3% of that county, and everybody in between. That's on the right. On the left, by county, the same counties, is the firearm death rate. And I'll show you just qualitatively that the places that have the highest Hispanic residents or population or proportion that are Hispanic along the Rio Grande Valley also have, it's hard to see perhaps, the lowest or lower firearm death rate. And if you look elsewhere in the state, again, I'll just do this qualitatively. If you look, if you look just north of the Rio Grande Valley, there seems to be another area of higher Hispanicity. And if you look, that's also a place in Texas that has low death rates because it's a light reddish area, hardly red. And then if you look at places that have a lower Hispanic area, like Eastern Texas, you can almost look without me circling it on the left that it's a little more red there. So just generally, you can see the correlation. But if we do it more scientifically, and we go for each of the 54 counties and compare each county's firearm death rate during 2000 to 2020, last 2 decades, versus their Mexican American percentage, according to the Pew Research Center in that county, that curve shows that the more Hispanic the county, the lower the death rate, the firearm death rate. That's a power regression of a curve. And if we go to the statistical analysis, there's less than a 1 billion chance that that correlation is not scientifically evidenced. It's not due to chance. 1 in a million, the billion, whatever the 0.0000000 p-value is, this is as real as it gets. So right here in Texas, you have that evidence. And I could even show you that on the far right, each one of those dots are mostly here in the 22 counties. I'll come back to that. So firearm safety storage, well, that's not quite what I meant there, correlates with Mexican heritage. I should say firearm safety and lower death rates from firearms correlates. Well, that's what it does say, come to think of it. Not reading it from here. All right, let's, well, I want to show you the upper end of the valley and your 9 counties that are circled on the right there. You can't see it too well on the left. I'm going to have to skip this. But the point is, oh yeah, the inset graph, which now has 3 dots circled, are the 3 counties that are labeled there as Brewster, Jeff Davis, and Terrell. And they have the lowest Mexican-American proportion of the 9 counties up at the end, this end of the river. The ones at the bottom of that chart are the ones with the highest percentage, and includes El Paso and county right next to it, and one more right there in the river. And what you can see in between are 3 other counties that are intermediate, but that curve of just 9 counties with the Hispanicity on the x-axis, the more Hispanic, more Mexican American, and the y-axis being the death rate in those counties, shows that the greater the Mexican-American percentage, the lower the death rate, right here in 9 counties. And it turns out to be statistically significant within just a few counties here in the state of Texas and along the Rio Grande. So ignore what's on the left. That's not quite right. But the point is, all right, then what about Oregon? That's where I live. We don't have as many Hispanics in Oregon, so it's unlikely that we could show the same correlation. Well, we do have areas in Oregon with enough Hispanicity. If you look on the right, you see a county. I'll even see if I can circle it. And on the upper right, you see 2 counties that have a higher Hispanic rate. And if you look on the left with the firearm death rate in each of those counties, the lighter the color, the lower the death rate, there seems to be a relationship that even in Oregon, the highest death rate counties have the lower death rate. Highest firearm rates occur in the counties with the lowest Hispanicity. And I'll just show you the graph of that because the circles show what I'm trying to say, but even better is what you saw for Texas. The state of Oregon by itself with only 30 counties has a statistically significant, that 0.007 p-value in the middle of the, actually, let's see if I can even show it to you. Yeah, statistically significant in my state. I've looked at it elsewhere in Florida and generally in the United States. I find it whenever I look and where the data is sufficient with enough power, enough events, enough deaths and so forth, the population size. So I find it almost everywhere there's enough Hispanics of Mexican American heritage to have that relationship. So conclusion, firearm safety strongly correlates with Hispanic heritage. And that Mexican American heritage has prevented firearm violence more than any other race or ethnicity I've been able to evaluate. And we touched on this. Mexican American heritage includes avoiding the ownership of firearms as a potential explanation. But then there's a few places here in the valley that you should potentially help. And I already touched on them, those 3 counties you saw on a graph. But let's look at the entire 256 counties. Starting from the worst, the highest death rate, top left, King County, wherever that is in Texas, and then going through all 254 counties to the least, down at 3.5, and Willacy, which is on the river, the other end of the river, but it's right there. In fact, if you look at the green counties, which are the lower Hispanic, lower RGV counties, and the purple ones, you see most of them are on the right side. In fact, 7 or 8 are in the top 15. The counties here along the river. The purple ones are from the upper Rio Grande. And there's 3 of them that don't fit what's happened in the rest of the valley. I'll say them out loud for what it's worth. Terrell, although it's hard to be sure because they have such a small population, it's the least populated of all the counties. Brewster, which has a sufficient population, that's real. That's at the bottom left. And then the middle column is Jeff Davis. They're not with the rest of the valley. So if I were to summarize that, they need more help. Okay, so, well, here it is. Their Hispanic rate is only 15% of the entire county of all 3, 81% being non-Hispanic. And their rate is tripled in the last 5 years. So you could help them. I'm going to skip this one and we could talk about it in the discussion. So overall, TDSR, Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility, Moms Demand Action, Everytown, Giffords, Gabby Giffords and her group are more important than ever. And that's what you heard from Senator Blanco. In addition to your heritage or the heritage here, the RGV has learned the hard way Walmart, and Ross Elementary in El Paso and Uvalde counties. I added up 55 deaths between those two events and about 45 survivors with bullets. Despite and because of that, you've learned, not just because of the heritage. I suggest that then whoever here can help ought to ask the county to lead both a Texas and a national effort to understand how you were successful until recently, and even then, with the lowest rates you have, how to reduce it elsewhere. Form an RGV FVP, RGV FPE, RGV FPA Council, RGV FVP Firearm Violence Prevention Council to one, understand more than what I've been able to detect or discern why you've been successful at preventing firearm deaths, even though you live across the river from one of the highest firearm death rates in the world, the state to the south. Assist those counties that I've cited so that they could benefit like the rest of the valley. Help the rest of the state, I should say upstate, including your politicians. Thank you, Senator Blanco, and I think I see her here, Vicki Goodwin. Yes. Help and utilize the University of Texas El Paso and in the Rio Grande Valley down in Edinburgh and Brownsville, their support. They've got resources that you should have and could have been present at the room here. And then I think, because I worked with them before and attended their all-day session last year on firearm prevention around the Houston area, work with the Rice Institute, Baker Institute, Rice University, Baker Institute. You've got your resources here, and even recently, the Rice Institute, Baker Institute really tried to help solve the problem. Okay. Thank you for now until we get through the questions and answers, for giving me a chance to show that research can help us go forward. Us being the United States and us being the Valley and Texas. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Big round of applause for Dr. Blair. Do we have any questions at this time from the audience or from our online community? Yes, sir. Let me get to you with the microphone.
Dr. Estrada. Oh, no, sorry.
Doctor, thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering if you have shared this with law enforcement agencies, and what is the reaction to this data that you have been collecting?
I didn't try too hard, but I did somewhat approach the counties, a few in the Rio Grande Valley, to talk with either their Surgeon General, the head of the public health, or in some cases, they were called the Justices of the Peace. And I wanted to do that for Brewster in particular, because they have the highest death rate among those that are really reliable. So that's 20 out of 21 of the 22, and they need more help. But I was not successful. I couldn't either get through, but no, so I haven't done that. But yes, the law enforcement should be part of the effort to form the RGV FPV Council. Yeah, without them, and I should have had that in the summary statement. Thank you. I totally agree with that. Any law enforcement present here or online who want to comment, because we need their help. All right, we're going to have a question from Dr. Estrada. Okay.
If we have no more audience questions, then I will ask everyone to please join me again in applause for Dr. Blair. Thank you very much, sir. Very insightful. That makes two of us who used to get up and downstairs a lot easier. I hear you. I hear you. Thank you very much, Dr. Blair. Okay, and on with our next speaker, I'm going to have the pleasure of introducing Pastor Grady. It's easier without the glasses these days. You all know what that's about. Okay, so my honor to introduce you, sir. Pastor Michael E. Grady began his journey in ministry at an early age. He was born and raised in St. Louis, Missouri. Is it St. Louis or St. Louis? Louis, pardon me. Thank you. See, I'm learning something too. By godly parents, and licensed and ordained in 1970 to the gospel ministry while serving faithfully as an associate minister. His leadership within the church extended throughout the Midwest as he preached the gospel and taught at every level of leadership. He attended Southern Illinois University in Edwardsville, Illinois, where he studied human resources prior to entering active duty. After graduating from the United States Army Chaplain School, he was assigned to our beautiful Fort Bliss, Texas. Thank you, sir, for your service as well. Here in El Paso, Texas, where he met and married his beautiful wife, Ginevra. Pastor Grady and his wife are parents to 3 daughters. And after serving more than 20 years in the chaplaincy of the United States Army, he retired to continue serving our community as a pastor full-time. He is a former president of the El Paso chapter of the NAACP, that's the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and is the chairman of the El Paso chapter of Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice. Pastor Grady has been outspoken about the personal toll that gun violence has taken on his family since the day his daughter, Michelle, was shot and injured in the El Paso Walmart shooting in 2019. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Pastor Grady.
Good morning. I am indeed honored to be here today and thankful for the Texas Doctors of Social Responsibility and the Moms Demand Action, the National Hispanic Medical Association, for inviting me to speak today on this very important topic. It is important, as I was listening to the previous speakers, I promise not to preach, but there's a lot of preacher in me. So there's a scripture that comes to mind in the book of Romans, chapter 13, verse 11, and it states, "And that knowing the time, that it is now high time that we awake out of our sleep." I have been in ministry as long as I can remember, and today we stand in awe that we have not come too far in our ability to arrest the human psyche or the human soul, and that the challenge of dealing with gun violence and common sense gun legislature seems to flee us because of our own egos and logos and titles. Today, however, there is a very important group of folks who are impacted each day, and those are the survivors of gun violence. I'm happy today to be here. My daughter, Michelle, is here with us today. My wife is here, and my co-chair, Teresa Sotelo, is here. And we represent an organization called Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice. I want to talk a little bit about those who are left behind. There's always the left behind, the least, the lost, the left out, the disenfranchised. And crime survivors for safety and justice, we boast of 187,000 crime survivors throughout the continental United States. And our mantra, our battle cry, is that when survivors speak, change happens. And more than anything else, there needs to be a change to take place in how we view those who are left behind, those who suffer as a result of gun violence. Today, we stand in awe of the challenges that are before us, and crime survivors for safety and justice. We have an active in state and local chapters in Arizona, California, Florida, Louisiana, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Texas. Those chapters work with communities impacted by crime to support survivors and to advocate for smarter safety priorities. Again, today we speak truth to power because, again, unless we are actively involved in this challenge, this battle, to change the narrative, nothing of any significance is going to take place. Through our networks and chapters, we host community-based events and healing vigils across the country to bring together survivors, public officials, community members to discuss ways survivors can inform local policies and approaches to change the narratives. Survivors speak, and when survivors speak, change happens. We also are advocates for policy. We advocate for and support policies that benefit crime survivors and to help communities most harmed by crime and violence. Over the past several years, Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice has successfully expanded trauma recovery centers that help survivors of crime, bring 39 centers to 8 states, and continued efforts to open more trauma recovery centers in the future. We have helped change dozens of laws, policies that support better access to recovery services for survivors and smarter public safety priorities. Members of Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice have testified, I myself, at legislative hearings and met with elected officials across the country to help shape policies that will impact crime survivors. Well, today, again, we stand in a position to speak to those who are affected, impacted, and are left behind. Who are we? Well, Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice is the nation's largest network of crime survivors, joining together to create healing communities and to shape public policy. We are a flagship program of the Alliance for Safety and Justice, with local chapters and leaders across states and counties for safety and justice, in building a movement to heal together, to promote policies that help people, amen, and communities most harmed by crime and violence. What is it that we believe? Well, we believe that we can create safety for communities by prioritizing healing prevention, rehabilitation, and trauma recovery. All survivors of crime deserve recognition as victims and access to victim services. Individuals and communities most infected and impacted by crime and violence should shape criminal justice policies by sharing their experience and with decision makers who can change the narrative. Our work here at CSSJ is to grow a national network via state and local chapters to advance policies that best serve those impacted by crime, by advocating for smarter policies at the local, state, and national levels that invest in communities most harmed by crime. The US prison population has increased 700% since 1972. For most states, increased prison spending has outpace other investments that can help prevent crime and keep communities safe. In 2016, Alliance for Safety and Justice commissioned the first of its kind of a national survey for victims' views. The survey found that victims overwhelmingly preferred rehabilitation to punishment and favor investments in crime prevention and treatment over more spending on jails and prisons. Paragraph Crime Survivors speaks findings from the national survey. 24 people have been a victim of crime in the past 10 years, and roughly violent crime most likely to be occurring in low income and people of color communities. Next, of crime experience significant challenges in recovery and healing. 8 in 10 report experiencing at least one symptom of trauma. In 2023, crime victims did not receive any help from following the incidents that occurred in their communities, who did more farly become more disadvantaged because of the inability to seek out trauma care. So again, today, as we continue to talk about the time and the season, it is time for us to wake up and to be involved in the healing process, the restorative process of those who are left behind after crime has taken place in our communities. Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice helps to influence decision-making and public safety by using many strategies. In addition to policy advocacy, we partner with influential people who have connections to our work in public platforms that can extend the reach of our voices. Over the past several years, CSSJ have worked with Grammy Award-winning artists T-Pain, Tarjay P. Henson, and former NFL player Stedman Bailey, among others, to speak truth to power and to call to action our legislators as we seek to change the narrative, as we continue to speak our battle cry: when survivors speak, change happens. From the highest levels of leadership in the nation, we have stood on the steps of state legislatures, in Capitol buildings, screaming to the loudest of our voices that we want to see laws changed that will benefit those who are left behind. We continue to advocate for the least, the lost, the left out, the disenfranchised, a 187,000 strong. We will not be silent until change takes place, because when survivors speak, change happens. I want to thank you again for this platform. And I want to say again to our friends here and our partners here in El Paso that we're going to have a national healing vigil this year throughout many of our states, and here in El Paso on April 27th at Memorial Park, we will have a national healing vigil where we will gather those who are impacted, the survivors of crime here in the city of El Paso, Las Cruces, and many of our partners who will journey here to stand in solidarity, because our mantra will be always, no one left behind. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Do we have questions from the audience? Please raise your hand, and if I can get to you quickly, if you could come forward, sir. And then raise your hand so I can see you and pass the microphone on.
Very good presentation. How many of the dioceses are you getting help from or cooperation or here in the El Paso area?
We are continuously reaching out to all of our faith-based partners here in El Paso and inviting them to get involved. One of the challenges has been that when crime takes place, that most people are passive aggressive, reporting the crime and talking about it. And El Paso is a passive community, but we invite members of the faith-based community. We share with them that of our existence, and the people that were impacted initially during the August 3rd tragedy here are still a part of this movement. Yes, thank you.
Pastor, before we pass the mic to our next audience
Yes.
question, I have a question of my own. What kind of resistance are you coming up against here specifically in the El Paso community related to what you're trying to accomplish?
I don't think we're coming up with resistance, but again, passivity. Again, many folks who are impacted by crime are afraid to come out of the shadows for a myriad of reasons. They may feel that they don't want to be exposed. Fear plays a great deal in their inability or unwillingness to come forward. Many of them may not even consider themselves to be citizens or legal, and so that creates a problem also for people coming forward. And then the confidentiality of how they're going to be speaking and telling their story, that can be a stumbling block as well. So there are some challenges, but again, we offer the opportunity, we expand the information, and we give them a chance to come out that we might be able to serve them.
Well, I'm not the CEO of La Fe. That would be Mr. Salvador Valcorta, my
Yes.
boss, but I have a pretty good authority that I think he'd be perfectly okay with me offering and extending a kind invitation to you
All right.
and your group's membership to please join us and in our battle as well for the community's public and community health, because this is a public health issue. I think we all agree on that.
Yes. Yeah.
And so you and I keep talking and let's see what we can do together. Do we have
Yes.
any more questions from the audience?
Yes, Pastor.
Yes.
Unfortunately, can you hear me?
Yes.
Your family was directly affected
Yes.
by the shooting at Walmart.
Yes.
Your daughter was injured seriously.
Yes.
Could you tell us how did your family deal with the immediate effects of that, and how have you dealt with the long-term consequences?
That's a good question. Well, the immediate effect is that my wife and I rushed to the scene of this horrendous crime to make sure that our daughter Michelle was taken care of, was rescued, and gotten proper care. It was traumatic for our family and for our community, and we're still healing. We still heal by getting involved, by speaking truth to power, by calling the thing that happened on August the 3rd radicalization. But at the end of the day, choices and decisions were made that impacted our family and the El Paso community. One scripture says, weep with those who weep and rejoice with those who rejoice. And we continue to weep, we continue to heal. Michelle is here today, and God has been gracious in her healing, and she uses that healing. She turns her pain into promise and into hope as she now advocates and speaks on behalf of those who have been impacted and affected by crime. It is a terrible journey because initially you feel helpless, that there's nothing that one can do, that law enforcement and the judiciary and those kind of things are going to come alongside of you. But there's nothing like love to lift up those who are impacted by the darkness of our world. And so we continue to heal. We continue to invite individuals who are hurting and bruised to not let that be their final story. The fact that they've survived gives them a great testimony of the resiliency of what hope can present. And so we offer hope in our community. We continue to model through precept and example that there is a healing that takes place in the heart and in the soul that should cause all of us to rise up and take this great opportunity to vote and to speak truth to power and demand that changes take place. We continue to believe that when survivors speak, change happens. Thank you, Dr. Estrada.
Thank you very much, Pastor Grady. And if we have no more audience questions, I will pass the microphone back to Dr. Estrada, who I believe is going to lead us into the lunch hour.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you again, Pastor. That was very, very, very moving. So we're going to have a lunch break. I don't see lunch there yet, but I promise you it's coming. And so during lunch, we have the opportunity to have Shannon Flores here and Eric Lopez from Giffords, who will tell us about what are their plans for Texas. You guys have a wonderful organization nationally, and so we are very interested to hear what are you thinking that we should, how can we collaborate? How can we move the ball down the field so that we can accomplish what we all need to accomplish, which is to prevent gun violence? So who's going to be the speaker? Both of you? Okay.
Has it been added? Do you know? Sorry. Perfect. Excellent. Welcome. We'll begin with introductions first before we go through our quick lunch presentation. My name is Shannon Flores. I'm a native Texan. I'm a gun owner. I identify as a survivor. We lost my uncle to gun suicide when I was younger. I'm also a mom and can completely appreciate conversations about lockdown drills. We have three kids in the public school system just outside of Houston, and the twins were they were in kindergarten, their first year in public schools, and they experienced their first lockdown, and it was not a drill because it was soon after the Santa Fe high school shooting tragedy in 2018.
Thanks, Shannon, and thank you everybody for your wonderful presentations today. My name is Eric Diaz. I'm the Texas State Manager at Giffords. I haven't been a direct victim of gun violence, but as many of you guys can tell, I'm fairly young. I was in the school system very recently, and it is a very real issue. I remember I lived in Houston. I was a senior in high school, and I remember the exact moment where I was sitting when I heard the news about the Santa Fe shooting. And the unfortunate truth is that not much has been done since. This is a very real issue that impacts people on a daily basis. And I think, unfortunately, because of the inaction that we've seen from a lot of state leadership on the state level and on a national level, we tend to think of gun violence a lot as mass shootings. But the unfortunate reality, and from a lot of the statistics that we've seen, it's not just mass shootings, right? It's interpersonal crime, it's suicide, and it's so much more than that. So Giffords is incredibly proud to identify Texas as its priority state to rectify this issue. So just a little bit about Giffords. Giffords is the nation's foremost gun violence prevention organization. It was founded by a gun owner and a gun violence survivor in Congress, and former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. For those of you that don't know, she was shot in the head in an assassination attempt during a mass shooting when she was meeting with some constituents back home in her home state of Arizona. And since then, she has just been a fierce advocate for gun violence prevention. And Giffords officially started after the Sandy Hook shooting in 2010. That was over 10 years ago at this point, but for a lot of us, I'm sure it feels like it was very recent because incidents like these keep happening. So the numbers on the screen are just numbers that we've highlighted to show you why this is such an important issue here in Texas. These are the numbers that are the most available from the CDC. So someone is killed with a gun every 2 hours in Texas. The number of gun deaths has risen 32%. This is higher than the national average. We've seen that a lot of this is not just due to chance, as some of our presenters mentioned. A lot of this comes from deliberate efforts from the gun industry to target particular demographics to make sure that this issue doesn't go away because of their own interests. 77% of Texas intimate partner homicides have involved a gun. 58% of gun deaths in Texas are suicides. So as I just mentioned, it's not just mass shootings. Even though this is such a present issue, gun violence takes shapes in all forms. And finally, from 2018 to 2022, over 5,000 people of the ages 25 years or younger were killed by a gun in Texas. And this next slide, these aren't pretty numbers, but these really indicate that Texas is really an epicenter for this gun violence epidemic. 4 of the 10 largest shootings that have occurred in modern US history have happened in Texas. And you'll notice that there are a lot of casualties that happen within these. But one of the statistics that I want to point out is that 3 of those have happened within a 5-year time span. So it's very much an issue that just won't go away. I remember at the time I was working at the state legislature during the interim session and during the interim period when Uvalde happened. And after Uvalde, not just from the state legislature, but all around Texas, there were cries for action to happen. We were downright begging the governor to call a special session for this, and he did nothing. I think in any instance where you have elementary school children die to a gun, it is an absolute policy failure. And to see that our governor and state leadership did nothing really highlights why it's important that conferences like these happen and why this conversation doesn't stop. So with that being said, I'm going to pass it to Shannon, who will talk about a very important program that's a part of Giffords. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. So as Eric mentioned, the former Congresswoman is a gun owner, right? We were founded by gun owners when now Senator Mark Kelly and former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords decided to step up and lead on this issue. They brought their background as gun owners to the movement. And so Giffords actively started organizing gun owners in 2019. And we have the wonderful item what's the word I'm looking for? We have Texas is a founding chapter of our 3 Gun Owners for Safety chapters that we founded here in 2019. And so for those of you that were with us last February at the Capitol rallying for change, right? This is my senior ambassador, Steve Kling. He's a multiple combat veteran, and he spoke on the steps of the Capitol there and shared his story about the need for change and the idea that the gun owner voice is essential to the movement. So as you may have heard, and as a previous speaker mentioned, right, the things that we are arguing for are widely supported across the political spectrum, in addition to research and polling of gun owners, and including NRA members. And so the idea that the gun lobby myth that is being perpetrated is that gun owners want change, right? And the idea of our Gun Owners for Safety chapters, both here in Texas and across the country, is that gun owners are working with partners on the ground. They're lending their voice, right? We have had gun owners testify. We were there at the Uvalde hearings. I call them the Uvalde hearings. I know that's not the term but those were very powerful up into the wee hours of the morning. For those of you that didn't know, the committee heard tragic testimony from survivors, and we had Steve Kling shown here share his story and the research and data supporting policies that left the committee, which was wonderful, right? Have bipartisan support for this bill that left the committee, but then it was stopped at the next committee, right? A roadblock was hit. And so therefore there was no progress last year in the legislative session, right? When state chapters do not have active legislative sessions like we currently have here in Texas, our gun owners are in the public sphere. They're educating others about secure storage, right? The B-Smart presenter earlier mentioned about secure storage, and you may not be aware, but there is stuff all over the NSSF's website, the NRA's website, in addition to most gun manufacturers' websites about storage, right? So it again is a myth that the idea of storing your guns securely to prevent unauthorized access is not palatable to those of us in the community who own guns, right? So we are excited to be part of this coalition that Dr. Estrada's group is part of, the Texas State Coalition. We participated virtually in legislative meetings in the 2021 session during the COVID-19 pandemic. We participated in last year's Coalition Rally Day in 2023, and we'll plan to work with partners across the state to lend our voices to whomever is willing to listen and to coordinate to help bring apart positive change here in our state. The idea is that we are using our voice to make change, and we want to make sure that we highlight that we are all well aware that the idea of gun safety and gun violence prevention is not synonymous with taking away guns, right? What we are fighting for here in our state and in states across the country, there are many examples in other states that have passed lovely policies that, based on research, reduce gun deaths and injuries. And yet there are still gun owners in these states, right? In California, in New York, in other state chapters that have gun owner chapter, GOS chapters, California, or excuse me, Colorado, Minnesota, Michigan, states with gun owning traditions, and yet they're making positive change, and there are still gun owners in those states. So we are honored to be here with Dr. Estrada and the rest of us, and are willing to work in preparation for next year's legislative session to, with hope, make some progress. I think now if we have any questions, happy to answer.
The Justice Department released a report in January on the incident in Uvalde. And I read through it, and it's very disturbing. So are we as teachers or professionals, and even people that have kids in school, would depend on our law enforcement to respond? But also the report proved out that we have to be better prepared ourselves, because sometimes there is going to be controversy in responding. On the Walmart response, I mean, I was over there at one of the banks, and I saw the response from all over the city compared to Uvalde. Do you have any input on that as far as the Justice Department report? I know that the superintendent retired, and several officers unfortunately were fired.
I'll begin, and then I'll leave it to Eric if he has any additional thoughts. So I've seen the report. We have fellow colleagues on Gifford's staff that have analyzed that report, but that's actually not my lane of expertise and knowledge. I do understand that there are disparities in response, right? And for those of you that follow in the movement, you could see that the vast differences between the Uvalde response time and the Covenant response time, which was in Nashville late last year. It was huge differences, right? I think the response in Nashville was less than 5 minutes that law enforcement entered the building. I will not claim to be an expert in reference to law enforcement, but I will say that if we're worried about school shootings, if that is something that drives you to this movement and to join the many in calling for change, the one thing that we can do, and it was mentioned again previously with the Be Smart presentation, 76% of school shooters access their weapons from home or the home of a family member. And so what can prevent access is storage, right? That is something that doesn't require legislation, but I strongly encourage it to make sure that, just like I need to buckle my seatbelt, and I need to make sure my infant is in a car seat, and I need to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence as the adult, is that we store our guns to prevent unauthorized access, right? So one simple step for many of us in the state, we probably either own guns, know somebody who owns guns, or have close family or close friends and in extended community connections that are gun owning families. And that component of storage can definitely reduce the incident of a gun being accessed and used in a school shooting. The other, obviously, law enforcement connections, right, is not something that I can speak of today, but I do know that Gifford's website has an entire page, entire pages that talks about research and things that we can do to prevent school shootings, policies that Pastor Grady mentioned and Senator Blanco at the top, background checks and extreme risk protection orders when things are when folks are in crisis. So I would, there's a Guns in Schools page on the Gifford's website, giffords.org. You can search guns in schools, and that should be at least helpful to kind of look at proven policies that can reduce school shootings.
Yeah, and I think Shannon said that really well. I think the gist of it is that preparedness doesn't happen when the incident occurs, right? Preparedness takes time and it takes effort way before an incident occurs to hopefully not, have that incident happen at any point. And that's why programs such as our gun owners programs are so important, because they really take those steps to make sure that gun storage is proper, that the people who might pose a threat with a gun don't ever get their hands on that. We at Giffords are really trying to make sure that we can focus on an individual level what gun owners themselves can do. Texas is a very difficult state to work in. I think a lot of people know that. And while we have incredible gun advocates such as State Representative Goodwin or as State Senator Blanco, the fact of the matter is that Texas is just not a very friendly state for our particular issue. Where many states are celebrating that their gun laws get passed, we're celebrating that it gets through committee, right? So it really shows kind of the uphill battle that we're up against. So that's why we really want to focus on these individual processes that people can take on their own to make sure that preparedness is something that is very much at the forefront. But when legislation can't, when we can't see it through legislation, we can see it in our own homes.
I have a question for any of you. We have seen that in the school shootings that the dangerous weapons are the assault weapons, right? The MR-15 and any other type of similar weapon. Among the gun owners that are getting involved with the Giffords organization, do you see any level of accepting having some kind of control over those large weapons?
That's a great question. Thank you so much. So we have a broad spectrum of membership, and I'm not going to pull an NRA move and speak for all gun owners, right? So I've been doing this work for 4 years. I started organizing in March of 2020 and have the honor of working for the former Congresswoman. We have varying support among varying policies amongst our gun owner coalition. We are not a monolith, right? So there are gun owners in our coalition who own AR-15s and similarly styled weapons, right? And there are gun owners in our coalition that would strongly support an assault weapons ban that you mentioned, Javier. But the main objective for our chapter here in Texas are things that Senator Blanco mentioned opening our forum today, right? Reasonable steps like universal background checks. Our Gun Owners Coalition signed on and testified in support of the minimum age law that was heard in the Uvalde hearings, right? It makes sense, right? If I can not buy a handgun until the age of 21, that I should not be able to buy a very specific type of weapon, which is known for larger capacity magazines that typically are used in mass shootings, right? So right now our state chapter is focused on objectives such as extreme risk protection orders. Our brochures are actually outside if you're interested in looking our state priorities, and you can take a look. But the policies mentioned that are broadly supported, both Democrats and Republicans, that were talked about and have been talked about all day, are what we are mainly focused on. And then there are obviously individual members of Gun Owners for Safety who have differences of opinion in reference to assault weapons ban. The one thing I'd like to close in saying is that we know that things like background checks, waiting periods, and extreme risk protection orders are proven to reduce homicides, right? They are statistically proven to reduce homicides. And so those are the kind of things that we are focused on currently at the national level, in addition at the state level.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your great questions. Oh, we have one more question. My apologies.
A comment and a commendation, actually, maybe a question. Although I have to admit a conflict of interest. My son worked with Gabby and Mark, and so I've got to mention that up front. So the combination is, by working with the gun industry, by working with gun owners, by working with those who already have the firearms, you're exceptional. So of all the major efforts, whether it's Brady or Everytown, Moms the Man Action, you deserve credit for that. And the comment is that Northwell Hope at its annual meeting a couple of weeks ago, about their annual conferences, they're outstanding. They're more than half a day long. And the keynote speaker was President Bill Clinton. And the message that I heard from Clinton, he went on for about 40 minutes without notes, by the way, he's still very much with it, was the importance of working with owners. you can't progress without their input. So thank you for doing that.
I have one additional comment that I want to highlight. Somebody mentioned it earlier, and I cannot remember who did, but one of the federal priorities for Giffords, the larger organization, is a repeal of PLACA, which you may not be familiar with the acronym, but it's the Gun Industry Immunity Bill. So the gun industry has unique protections against nefarious marketing practices, against being sued for acts and influence, and PLACA, the repeal of PLACA is a federal priority for both the Gun Owners Coalition in addition to the broader Giffords organization. We have had small successes, and they just actually had wonderful success last year in Colorado to repeal their state's version of PLACA. It's called Jesse's Law. It's named for a survivor of the Aurora shooting. And so those kind of industry specific, right? We know they have horrible marketing practices, both for children. You may have seen images of guns that look like Lego toys, right? Those kind of things are not acceptable to the Gun Owners Coalition that I work with, in addition to the broader group. So I wanted to highlight that that's a priority as well. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation.
Dr. Richard Pineda, who is going to be our afternoon moderator. Dr. Pineda earned a PhD in communication at Wayne State University. He's chair of the Department of Communication at the University of Texas at El Paso, where he serves as director of the Sam Donaldson Center for Communication Studies. Dr. Pineda is an El Paso native. He returned home 20 years ago to teach at UTEP, recognizing that his experience and training made him a natural fit for the university and its mission as a Hispanic serving institution. Dr. Pineda has taught and written about political communication, Latinidad, did I say it right? And popular culture, and the way these areas intersect and overlap with contemporary society. His two most common recent essays have focused on the Walmart shooting and the Madrid train bombing. Pineda has served as a provost fellow at UTEP, focused on student success, and was part of the university's president's strategic plan team, helping lay the foundation for the next 10 years of the university. He is sought after for media commentary and has been featured on the BBC, Al Jazeera, NPR, and a wide range of local and regional media outlets. Recently, he was named a Hunt Family Fellow with the Aspen Institute and remains actively engaged with the community through efforts such as Leadership El Paso. So please help me welcome, or join me in welcome Dr. Pineda, Richard Pineda.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here with you all. I am also a speaker, so I don't have to introduce myself. Thank you, Jaime. That's very, very kind of you. We're going to have three presentations, or two presentations, and some closing observations for this afternoon. And so it's going to be exciting not only to hear the presentations, but also to leave space to engage with our speakers. And I'm very excited to introduce this first speaker for the afternoon. Professor Eric Rubin received his JD from NYU School of Law, where he was an articles editor for the NYU Law Review, and earned his BA from Dartmouth, where he graduated magna cum laude. Rubin's scholarly interests span criminal law, constitutional law, legal ethics, legal empirics, and legal history. His current scholarship explores the regulation of violence and weapons and how that regulation intersects with self-defense and Second Amendment rights. Rubin teaches criminal law, professional responsibility, and a seminar on the Second Amendment. His work has been published or is forthcoming in the California Law Review, the Duke Law Journal, Georgetown Law Journal, Harvard Law Review, the Minnesota Law Review, Southern California Legal Review, Virginia Law Review Online, the Yale Law Journal, and the Yale Law Journal Forum. and has been cited by the Supreme Court of the United States, the U.S. Court of Appeals, and in other legal briefs. He's testified before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee and frequently provides legal commentary for popular outlets including ABC News, MSNBC, CNN, The New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, USA Today, Atlantic, Vox, SCOTUS Blog, NPR, and CBS Radio. Join me in welcoming Professor Eric Rubin.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Thank you to Dr. Jaime Estrada for inviting me to participate in this fantastic forum. It's been wonderful for me to learn from all of you. I'm a JD. I'm in a room full of MDs and PhDs. I think that the JD, it is a doctor, but maybe a less useful doctor for people in need than our MD friends here. But it allows me to spend a lot of time thinking about things like the ever-evolving Second Amendment. And what I'm hoping to do today is provide a high-level overview of the Second Amendment, where we have been, where we are now, and where we might be going. And then I'm going to provide an example of how the modern post-Bruin, this was the decision from 2022, Second Amendment, might apply and the challenges of applying it in the context of suicide prevention laws. And in doing this presentation, I'm going to be drawing on a forthcoming paper called Scientific Context, Suicide Prevention in the Second Amendment After Bruin. And in that paper, I'm analyzing the history of suicide prevention efforts and how this particular goal of gun regulation in the United States is imperiled because of the turn that our Second Amendment jurisprudence has taken in recent years. Now, let me see. Let's see. Is this what we do? Oh, there we go. So in my remarks, I'm going to try to do 5 things. First, I'm going to provide a brief history of the Second Amendment. It will be Second Amendment 101. I'll do it at a high level and in short order. Second, I'm going to set out how Bruin, the case from 2022, has changed the way that we do Second Amendment jurisprudence in this country. It's going to be important background before we pivot to focus on suicide prevention laws. I'm going to talk about the modern day science and data about why we regulate firearms in the name of preventing suicide. And then I'm going to go back in time and look at the way that we treated mental illness and suicide back in the late 1700s and 1800s, which is something that the Bruin Court requires that we do after that opinion came down. And it's going to raise a number of questions that I will unpack at the end of the presentation. Now, my analysis in my work is largely internal to the Supreme Court's doctrine. And what I mean by that, and this is something that legal scholars often do, is that it's one thing to critique the direction of the law, and I do a fair amount of that. But because important issues are getting decided under the law as set down by the Supreme Court, a lot of what constitutional law scholars do is work internally with what we are given to try to optimize it and make it work as well as possible. So at the end of the presentation, I'm going to talk about a couple upshots, a couple new directions in an effort to try to make this challenging doctrine work. I'll start with the pre-Bruin background. First, on the Second Amendment. To understand the history of the Second Amendment and where we are today, it's important to start with the language. Lawyers, constitutional lawyers, like to start with the text of the Constitution itself. And the Second Amendment is the shortest sentence in the entire Constitution. It's 27 words, and it provides a well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It's hard to have a conversation about guns without someone invoking the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment has spawned hundreds of articles and books, innumerable cases at this point. In fact, over 1,000 court cases in just the past decade, and thousands of political debates. People are often surprised to learn that the Supreme Court did not hold that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to have a handgun for the purpose of self-defense until the year 2008, over 200 years after this amendment was actually written down. And that opinion was District of Columbia v. Heller, and I'm going to return to that in a moment. Until Heller in 2008, most federal judges and legal scholars understood the amendment as being restricted by that first half of the amendment that deals with the militia. The idea was that the framers wrote and the people ratified the Second Amendment as a check on the federal government, as a guarantee that the federal government would not disarm the state militias, which in turn could then be a check on the federal government. Now, this all might seem a bit anachronistic today, that we would want to preserve the power of individual states to call forth militias. But back in the late 1700s, in the wake of the Revolutionary War, after Americans were oppressed by a large standing English army, it was front of mind. For Americans during the Revolutionary era, the militia meant something very different than it does today. It was a way for ordinary civilians to engage in a civic duty. Every adult white man, I should say, had a duty by law to participate in the militia, and they had to bring their own gun. There were no police forces back then like we have today. So one of the roles of the militia was to keep the peace. Another role in southern states was to serve as slave patrols. But intellectually, what came forth a lot in the debates was the fear of tyranny and of a standing army, like the English one that had oppressed them. Now, to be sure, many people back then even doubted the efficacy of militias. George Washington was one of the main critics of the militias. They featured prominently in Concord and Lexington, but largely failed throughout the rest of the Revolution. They didn't do their job in the War of 1812. There are lots of histories about the militias, the armed civilians actually not protecting the peace. But nonetheless, it was a fear of the standing army of England that led Americans back in the day to really put a lot of emphasis and reliance on the militias. And so after the Revolutionary War, after the Continental Army was disbanded, when early Americans sat down to write a constitution, they placed total reliance on internal and external security on the militias. It wasn't our current constitution. It was a constitution called the Articles of Confederation. The problem was that the militias failed. So, as an example, in Western Massachusetts, hundreds of farmers facing foreclosures marched on the state courts to prevent bankruptcy proceedings from taking place. This became known as Shays' Rebellion. The state militia in Massachusetts was called forth to put down this rebellion. And in true democratic fashion, they held a vote and they decided not to intervene at all. In fact, some of the militia members actually joined the farmers in this uprising. Ultimately, Boston merchants put together money and called forth a paid militia to put down this rebellion. And things like this were happening around the country. And it became clear that a stronger federal government with security apparatus was needed. It was against that background that a group of mostly young men were called forth to Philadelphia in the summer of 1787 to figure out a solution to the failings of the Articles of Confederation. And what they ultimately did was they wrote an entirely new constitution. Now, what were they trying to solve with this? And this is all important background, I think, for understanding where we are today. What they were trying to solve, a major problem, was the failure of armed civilians to actually provide security and defense. It was the failure of the militias. And what they did was they shifted a lot of power from states to the federal government. They empowered, our Constitution empowers the federal government to call forth a militia, or I'm sorry, to raise a standing army, to take money to raise a standing army. How does all this relate to the Second Amendment? After this Constitution was revealed, a lot of people who still hold true to the myth of a powerful militia system were horrified that this newly emboldened federal government could operate like the English government that had oppressed the American people and disband state militias. That was the overarching fear that was voiced during the post-convention period. It was not about the ability of individuals to have a handgun in their home for self-defense against home intruders. That concern just didn't come up in these early conversations. The Second Amendment was born, and what does it mean? What did the framers intend? What did people at the time understand when it was enacted 2 years after the Constitution was enacted? It was enacted in 1791. The preamble is about the militia. And again, federal courts relied on that for most of American history to view this amendment as a restricted one, the right protected as a restricted one, restricted by militia service. And as a matter of law, because so few people actually fall into the bucket of state-sanctioned militia service, the amendment really didn't do much work for the first 200 years of this country's history. How many gun laws were struck down by federal courts between 1791 and 2008? Any guesses? How many gun laws were struck down by federal courts? In the back, zero. Zero gun laws were struck down ultimately after court proceedings on Second Amendment grounds in the federal courts. But the thing is that this view of the right to keep and bear arms was not the only one that existed in this country. In fact, every state, or not every state, the vast majority of states in this country also have rights to keep and bear arms, and many of them are explicitly or implicitly about the right of private self-defense, not just militia service. Texas has one of these amendments. And especially beginning in the 1970s, the gun rights movement started to invest a lot of time and effort into mining historical sources to exhume an understanding of the federal right to keep and bear arms that is focused not on militia service, but at its core has private self-defense as the main interest. And slowly, the public view shifted to the point where in 2008, the vast majority of Americans viewed the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, not in the way that the federal courts had long interpreted it, but rather as a protection of an individual right to keep and bear things like handguns in the home. And that brings us to 2008 in District of Columbia v. Heller. In 2008, the Supreme Court handed down a 5-4 decision, which was a landmark decision. This in this photo is that's Dick Heller, flanked by his attorney, Alan Gura. The case involved Heller, who was a security guard at the Federal Judicial Center in Washington, D.C. And it was a challenge to a law that effectively banned the possession of handguns in the home in the District of Columbia. Heller wanted to have a handgun and render it operable for use. And importantly, in his case, he did not claim any connection whatsoever with a militia. Rather, he wanted to have a handgun to defend his home and himself and others in the home from what we might call as retail violence, home intruders, and the like. And so it squarely presented the question of whether or not the Second Amendment right supports an interest in having a handgun in the home. In an opinion by Justice Scalia, who's on the left here, who wrote for 5 of the 9 justices, the Supreme Court held for the first time that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to keep and bear arms that has at its core not militia service, but private self-defense, at least within one's home. Now, in keeping with Justice Scalia's preference for originalist constitutional interpretation, originalist interpretation tries to find the meaning of the words of the Constitution at the time they were written back in the late 1700s The opinion in Heller contained a bunch of historical analysis. In fact, it had more secondary sources than the sorts of sources that we tend to see in court opinions, like opinions, past opinions, precedent, statutes, the Constitution itself, had more secondary sources than all of those more conventional legal sources combined. But that being said, the primary division on the court was not between originalism and non-original. It wasn't between history and non-history, because the dissenting justices, in an opinion written by Justice Stevens, who's on the right, also looked at the same history, but just came to a different conclusion. The history itself hasn't changed. They're looking at the same history. Stevens says that it's about the militia ultimately. Scalia says that it's about individual self-defense. But because of the rule of 5, as we say in constitutional law, whichever opinion gets 5 of the 9 votes prevails. The law changed so that now the Second Amendment is understood as a matter of federal law as being about private self-defense. The fact that there was this conflict, though, on the basis of the same historical sources, this is going to become relevant in a minute. Ultimately, the court strikes down the handgun ban. Now, the court's individual rights view undoubtedly made Heller a landmark. But deciding that the right to keep and bear arms protects private purposes like self-defense is not enough to tell us what counts as an arm, who can possess this right, where people can go with guns. These are unavoidable questions. And this isn't just true of the Second Amendment. This is true of all constitutional provisions that are ambiguous. So the First Amendment, freedom of speech. The Supreme Court has held that not all expressive conduct counts as protected speech. Child pornography does not get First Amendment protection, for example. Fighting words, there are lots of examples of this. And then even if something is protected, it doesn't mean that the government can't regulate it. Now, the majority provided some guidance in Heller. It acknowledged that the Second Amendment right, like all rights, is not unlimited. All are subject to regulation. And even though the Supreme Court decided in Heller that the handgun regulation at issue went too far, it nonetheless included a lot of language that would shore up much of the sorts of laws regulating guns that we talk about today. Nothing in our opinion shall be taken to cast doubt on longstanding prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. The opinion back in 2008 went on. We recognize another important limitation, that the Second Amendment does not only protect those guns that are in common use and not those that are dangerous and unusual. And as if to drive home the point that gun regulation is consistent with a right to keep and bear arms, the court added in a footnote, we identify these presumptively lawful regulatory measures only as examples. Our list does not purport to be exhaustive. So even as the Supreme Court ruled in Dick Heller's favor and struck down the handgun ban, there are only 2 of these in the country at the time, one in DC and the other in Chicago, the court went to great lengths to limit the scope of its ruling. And I emphasize all of this language just to drive home that in the first foundational case that the Supreme Court decided on the Second Amendment, the court held what most Americans believed, which was that there is a right to keep and bear arms that is private in nature, but that the government can regulate that right. Indeed, in the closing paragraphs of Justice Scalia's majority opinion, the court recognized that gun violence is a serious problem and that the Constitution preserves a variety of tools for combating that problem. The question for future cases became, well, what tools are permissible and why? Now, in the decade plus after this opinion came down, most courts agreed that most gun regulation was perfectly constitutional. So along with Joseph Blokers, a law professor at Duke, I did a big empirical study where Joseph, me, and a bunch of researchers, we read and we coded every single opinion that had come down after Heller. We coded across about 100 variables. We ended up with 100,000 data points, and it provided us a way to assess how things shook up after the Supreme Court's landmark decision. And what we found was that even though Justice Stevens in his dissent was right to call Heller a law-changing decision, which undoubtedly had an impact, as a matter of law, gun jurisprudence was not turned upside down in the years after Heller. Consistent with the state of affairs before Heller, in the years after Heller, it was politics. It was gun politics and not constitutional law that really had a bigger impact. In fact, in our analysis, we found that fewer than 10% in those first 8 years after Heller came down, fewer than 10% of challenges had success. And this is a data set of over 1,000 Second Amendment challenges. That, however, did not please gun rights advocates. It did not please certain people who wanted a more robust Second Amendment. And that brings us to Bruen. I'm going to skip forward to Bruen. This is a quick high-level overview of the Second Amendment before getting into the suicide material. So in Bruen, the case that the court decided in 2022, the Supreme Court threw this consensus that I'm talking about the constitutionality of most gun law, into profound question. Now, Heller involved the right to have a gun in the home. Bruen involved the question of whether or not the Second Amendment right extends to carrying guns in public, and the court held that it did. And what this case involved was a New York public carry regulation that said that in order to get a permit to carry a concealed handgun in public, the applicant has to show proper cause. Some places called it good cause. Had to show a heightened need for self-defense, something beyond just a generalizable fear of getting attacked. It gave licensing authorities discretion to issue these licenses. If you rewind the clock back to the late 1980s, the vast majority of our country had one of these laws or just banned concealed carry altogether. But through a political process, not a constitutional law process, through a political process, most states loosened their public carry restrictions, including Texas, which had one of the strongest public carry laws in the country into the mid-1990s. But thereafter, states started loosening their gun carry restrictions. The Supreme Court determined that New York's proper cause law was unconstitutional. And that was big in and of itself. It was big in and of itself. It affected 6 to 8 states, depending on how you count them. It directly affected the laws governing 20% of the US population and 30% of urban US population. In all of these places, legislators had to go back to the drawing board to figure out how to regulate guns in public, since this was the main mechanism for regulating them in those places. At the same time, just sticking with for a moment on public carry, the Supreme Court announced that policy alternatives were available. And this is what a lot of the public carry litigation has been focused on. The court made it very clear that unlike permitless carry, which is all the rage in certain states, including Texas right now, the Supreme Court does permit licensing in order to carry a gun in public. It just has to have objective criteria. And states can also identify sensitive places where guns are deemed unlawful, gun-free zones, so to speak. But the most significant thing the Supreme Court did in Bruen actually didn't have to do with public carry. What the Supreme Court did was it changed the methodology for all Second Amendment questions. In one fell swoop, the Supreme Court said that the way that all the cases had been decided after Heller and before Bruen in the lower courts, over 1,000 cases, it was wrong. The day after Bruin was decided in Westlaw, which is a legal research, the legal tool, online tool that lawyers use to do legal research, every single Second Amendment opinion after Heller appeared with a red flag next to it, which meant that it was no longer good law. So even though Bruin was about a narrow issue of public carry, by making this methodological ruling, the Supreme Court actually influenced the constitutionality of all gun laws across the country. Now, I think, to understand this part of the Bruin decision, it's important to know a little bit about how constitutional law proceeds. The Constitution's not self-implementing. It doesn't come with an instruction manual. It provides some text. The Second Amendment provides a well-regulated militia being necessary to secure a free state. The right of people who can bear arms shall not be infringed. But the Constitution itself does not tell us, well, what counts as an arm? Who are the people? What happens if a regulation doesn't destroy the Second Amendment right, but just makes it a little bit harder to exercise? When does an impingement on the right go too far? These are the questions that constitutional lawyers and judges spend a lot of time thinking about. It's not just whether or not the Second Amendment allows for a ban on AR-15s, but how do we answer that question? The how is by creating doctrine. Judges spend a lot of time trying to create rules, standards, and tests that can provide some degree of uniformity in the implementation of otherwise ambiguous language. This happens with all parts of the Constitution. Oh my, am I already at the 25-minute mark? I've gone way too long. All right, I'm gonna speed up. So I'm gonna skip forward past what happened before Bruin came down. And this is what Bruin says about how to decide Second Amendment cases. The courts of appeals, they reject the approach that had been applied before, which involved both history and means and scrutiny, which considered modern day empirics. Instead, the court says that to be constitutional, a law has to be analogous in some ill-defined sense to laws that were passed back in the late 1700s or into the 1800s. The court instructed that when a challenge regulation addresses a general societal problem that has persisted since the 18th century, the lack of a distinctly similar historical regulation addressing that problem is relevant evidence that the challenge regulation is inconsistent with the Second Amendment. And likewise, if earlier generations addressed the societal problem but did so through materially different means, that could be evidence that the modern regulation is unconstitutional. Now, the reality is that we have a lot of historical gun regulations. This is a sign from Dodge City, Kansas, banning public carry of guns. But the Supreme Court said that this regulation and other similar to it weren't robust enough to count as a firearm regulatory tradition to shore up the New York law. And times have changed. Back when the Supreme Court is directing us to focus, muskets, muzzle loading muskets were the guns. Today we have AR-15s. There's so many questions about how to implement this new historical analogical test, given that the times have changed so dramatically. Now, in my last few minutes, I'm just going to and I want to spend more time on this. I apologize for my timing on all this, but I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about suicide prevention because I think that it's a good example of the challenges that we now face. Suicide prevention is a rationale for gun regulation. The rationale actually arose in non-firearm related contexts. Carbon monoxide poisoning was the chief way that people committed suicide in England back in the early 1900s into 1960s, because domestic gas had high volumes of carbon monoxide. For non-suicide prevention related reasons, the carbon monoxide quantity in domestic gas plummeted, and researchers found in England that there was a robust drop in the rate of suicides. And over time, in the 1900s, we have learned that a lot of suicidal a lot of suicides happen impulsively, that the suicidal urge is fleeting, that the method that is used in suicidal acts is independent of the attempter's assessment of that method's lethality, and that if somebody survives a suicide attempt, the prognosis is fairly good. Most people go on to live. But the problem here is that all of this data, which directs us to regulate the most common means of dying by suicide in the United States, which is gunfire, despite the fact that fewer than 5% of all attempts involve a gun. All of this came from the 1900s, in the second half of the 1900s. The Supreme Court directs us to ask, well, how did people deal with suicide back in the late 1700s? Back then, here's Richard Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy. And I'll flip forward to the father, Benjamin Rush, the father of the American Psychiatric Association, who was a founding father. He signed the Declaration of Independence, and he wrote the first American textbook on mental illness and suicide-related illnesses called Observations on the Diseases of the Mind. And I'll just, before bringing this home and wrapping this up, I'll say that they misunderstood mental illness and they misunderstood suicide. This should shock nobody. Benjamin Rush, for instance, thought that people with dark colored hair were more susceptible to depression, or as it was then known, melancholy, than people with other colored hair, which makes me happy that I'm going gray. But what was even more problematic were the solutions that he put forward. He thought that mental illness was rooted in the blood vessels in the brain. You had to get out the bad blood. And so he advocated for bloodletting, intentionally bleeding patients. He advocated for taking opium, ingesting mercury. Whatever you do, do not talk to suicidal or depressed patients because it will only make it worse. Psychoanalysis, this Sigmund Freud, did not come around until the turn of the 20th century. And there was no means restriction. There was no efforts to sort of reduce the quantity of poison that was given to people who were committing suicide, dying by suicide because of poison. So I'm happy to take questions about the direction that what all this means for brewing going forward. I think it's definitely a basis to critique the opinion, and courts after Bruin have been all over the place, in large part because of that conflict between Justice Stevens and Scalia and Heller, where they read the same history and came to different conclusions about what it meant. Every single time you read about an opinion after Bruin striking down a gun law, you should know that there's another court out there that's upholding that same exact law on the basis of the same history, because the test is underspecified and the history is indeterminate. And the question is just, how are we going to deal with the dramatic changes in time, not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of our social mores and in terms of our understanding of the sorts of problems that face us today.
So in addition to taking questions from the room, we also have the online forum. I wanted to kick this off with a question, Professor, that's a bigger question based, I think, on the overall premise of your work. Do you foresee a legal remedy emanating from this court as we see it for the next several years that will lend itself to gun prevention, or do you see this solution being a legislative solution in terms of having some impact on the way that guns have permeated society?
Yeah, so I think that, I mean, it's an interesting question. And right now there is a Second Amendment case before the Supreme Court. It's called Rahimi. It deals with domestic violence, and in particular, domestic violence restraining orders. They were struck down. It was a case arising out of Arlington, Texas. The Fifth Circuit struck down the federal ban on possession of guns for people who were subject to domestic violence restraining orders. And these questions about the difference between then and now, and then being late 1700s and now, are very relevant to deciding that case. And so one hope is that the Supreme Court in deciding on the constitutionality of this very popular modern day law is going to provide some more guidance and try to figure out how to deal with the fact that spousal abuse was not punished because there was a marital immunity where husbands could not lawfully rape their wives in the late 1700s. Women were not viewed as political or legal equals to men, and that affected and left them largely unprotected. So one thing that I'm advocating in a brief that I submitted in that case is that the court tell lower courts that they can operate at a higher level of generality when deciding these cases. And what I mean by that is instead of saying, okay, the general societal problem is domestic violence, let's see how domestic violence was handled back then, move up a level of generality and say the general societal problem is dangerous people with firearms. And that was at that level of abstraction, something that people understood back at the founding. And I argue the same thing with respect to suicide prevention measures in forthcoming work, that it shouldn't be suicide that is what our focus is on, how to prevent suicide, because our understanding of suicide has shifted so dramatically. But we can argue, well, what about people who are misusing guns under impairment, for reasons of impairment? That's something that people understood back then. There were intoxication-related laws. Yeah.
Thanks. Are there questions from the floor for Professor? Question?
It's kind of tricky for me, but militias. Oh,
Hmm.
okay. Let's see if I can explain myself, so then I can ask you the question. Militias.
Mhm.
Would it be okay to have a militia in El Paso? Would it be like legal? I mean, I'm not doing that stuff, but
Yeah.
I have a friend from a while back who was an ex-felon. I didn't know at that time. And he joined a militia. So, like, are they allowed to live in the city? Can they really affect us?
Yeah. So militia is a term that carries many meanings.
Mhm.
And so one, underneath that question is what is a militia? And beyond that, what counts as a militia for the Second Amendment's purposes?
Oh.
And there's a lot of good reasons to think that what counts as a militia for the purpose of the Second Amendment is a state-sanctioned militia.
What do you
It's
mean
not
sanctioned?
like-
Permitted?
Yeah, like the state, the Texas State Guard, things like that.
Oh.
So not just a group of men with guns
That's what I'm talking about.
who get together and say, we are hereby a militia and we are now protected by the Constitution. There actually was a case from back in the late 1800s, took place in Illinois, where a group of people with guns wanted to march around and said that they were protected by the Second Amendment. And the Supreme Court ruled, no, you guys are not who we're thinking about when we're talking about the Second Amendment and the militia.
Will that still hold today?
Yes, I think it will. And in fact, there are militia-related laws in a lot of the country. And it's something that we have to spend more time thinking about as a policy matter, because of the danger that we now know from groups like the Proud Boys and various different groups. And there's actually an organization at Georgetown University that focuses specifically on the threat from self-proclaimed militias.
So if we go vote in May and we're, as El Pasoans, are confronted by a group of militia men saying that they are an official militia and we have no way of knowing, what do we do?
Call the police.
Just, yeah, okay.
I would
but-
say, in guns at polling places is another big problem that we've got to deal with. And this has come up in Texas, but also in other states where these people organize and they carry weapons outside of polling places and just scare people. So yeah.
Professor, I have a question for you. We are in a society now that has millions of people who are non-citizens. How does this impact that population that is not regulated under the Second Amendment?
Yeah.
Because I remember that at one point it was considered to be part of to integrate it with the 14th Amendment to regulate that situation with non-citizens, because
Yeah.
as I said, we have millions of people now in the country who are under that category.
Yeah. So there's a question about whether or not non-citizens and beyond non-citizens, permanent residents versus undocumented immigrants count as the people for the purposes of the Second Amendment. There are various constitutional provisions that do apply to non-citizens and even undocumented people. The Fourth Amendment, for instance, which protects against unlawful searches and seizures, has been held to apply across the board. And there's a debate about this. There's a federal law. It's part of 18 U.S.C. 922G, which is the same provision that governs felon in possession, that says that certain non-citizens may not have a gun, otherwise they have committed a felony. And that has been recently upheld on the basis in courts on the basis that non-citizens don't count as part of the people for the purpose of the Second Amendment. It's unclear whether or not that's the best interpretation. So it's an open question. And I would say that about a lot of things after Bruin. There was broad consensus about the constitutionality of gun law after Heller and before Bruin. And now there have been dozens of laws that have been ruled unconstitutional and can be paired with laws upholding the same ones, ranging from, the domestic violence prohibition, whether or not you can ban guns without serial numbers, even the felon in possession law in the context of nonviolent felons. So there's just a lot of uncertainty right now.
We're waiting possibly for a question from the online audience. So we'll wait for a second. Are there other questions from the floor right now? Let me ask a second question then, Professor. In thinking about Bruin, how much of the makeup of the court now, I mean, I think popular media has really spent a lot of time in the last year or so talking about the makeup of the court, the impact that the conservative makeup will have. Do you think that given the longevity of most justices that this court will sort of stay the course conservatively when it comes to gun-related cases?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. A lot depends on the composition of the court. I don't think that it's a coincidence that the Supreme Court was not accepting or deciding Second Amendment cases for a decade plus after Heller came down in 2008, while the lower courts were deciding a lot of cases. They kept on turning away. They turned away over 100 invitations to intervene in lower court decisions. And then as soon as Amy Coney Barrett gets elevated up to the Supreme Court, the court starts taking more cases. And this is a function of the internal dynamics of the court itself. But I don't see a composition change in the near term that would affect the trajectory of the historical focus, at least. It will be really interesting to read the Rahimi case that's going to be decided in June on the domestic violence issue, because after oral arguments, it sounded like the court was going to reverse the Fifth Circuit and uphold this law that bans gun possession by people subject to domestic violence restraining orders. And again, to the theme of the methodological question, what's going to be more interesting to me is not just that outcome, but how they reason it. What guidance do they provide that can help to shore up reasonable gun regulations going forward? Yeah.
Do we have the ability to hear the question from the online source? So if our audience member that's online wants to unmute and ask the question, we think we can hear it in the auditorium.
That would be me.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm curious about this 2 centuries worth of history and the definition of what constitutes a militia and how that relates to gun ownership and use in the Second Amendment. The question is, there was more than one amendment that addressed this issue. There was a Third Amendment, which said you can't come and put your army in my backyard unless in peacetime. Does that have any influence on the interpretation of the history here of the Second Amendment and gun ownership?
Yeah, well, it's a complex question, because when you're interpreting the Constitution and the different provision of the Constitution, one of the tools that you can rely on is intratextual analysis. You look at the surrounding provisions, you look at other provisions where similar words have been used, and then you try to discern, draw some meaning from that. But it's not the approach that the Supreme Court seems to have taken in the Bruin case. This historical analogical test that they put forward is novel. It doesn't apply for any other provision of which I'm aware. The Seventh Amendment, which deals with civil juries, involves a historical test, but it's a different one than this one. So the Supreme Court here is asking us to compare modern day enacted laws to historical enacted laws. That's the test. And that's what we as lawyers accept to be the test. We critique it, but you have to operate within its bounds. And it creates all sorts of problems, because there are lots of reasons that past legislatures didn't regulate. There was no law that says you can't paint the White House with polka dots, but that doesn't mean that that's beyond the legislative power of our government. Some issues just didn't arise. Firearms weren't as used in violence to the same extent back then that they are today. The government in the early days was focused on other things. If you read the congressional reports, the early congressional reports, they're spending their time setting up administrative agencies, establishing the Treasury, things like that, trying to defend against external and internal threats to the government's existence. And they're not focused on the same sorts of things that today's legislatures have focused on. But that doesn't mean that they thought that the laws that they did not pass would have exceeded their regulatory authority. Yet that is what the Supreme Court is implying when they say, unless modern day laws are consistent with historical regulatory tradition, they're presumptively unconstitutional. So yeah, the intratextual piece, the militia, the Third Amendment, which has not gotten a lot of attention, that didn't seem to play that large a role in the court's decision that this is the way that we have to decide Second Amendment questions, and only Second Amendment questions.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question, and thank you for your presentation, Professor.
Thank you.
This is the awkward transition where I stand up and start talking. So
I should introduce you. Yeah.
Well, good afternoon again. It's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon, and I was really grateful for the invitation from Dr. Estrada to be here. The question that I get oftentimes with the work that I do is, how does a communication professor end up talking about policy, or in this case, talking about something like the Walmart shooting? For me, as a student of communication, I came to it a little bit later in my academic career. It started as a political science major. That's where I had spent most of my time in terms of my academic training. But what was interesting to me was that I started to want to understand, for example, why policy and laws were created, and to think about the way that language emphasize those connections. So in other words, thinking about the way that we define and develop policy, and thinking about the language that affects our understanding of those kinds of worlds. So the story that I always tell, and I think I'll share with you all today, because I think that it's germane to thinking about this, when I was interested in making this transition into studying politics from a communicative perspective, I had a conversation with my grandmother. I was in graduate school here at UTEP, and we had a conversation about who she was going to vote for. So this was, for those Texas residents, the re-election of George W. Bush, who was running against Gary Morrow, who at the time was the railroad commissioner. Now, my grandmother had been a lifelong Democrat. She had voted a straight ticket as long as I knew, and as long as that she would talk about politics. And that year we had a conversation where I said, Grandma, who are you going to vote for? And my grandmother said, I'm voting for George W. Bush. And this to me was a real shock. And I said, but Grandma, why are you going to vote for the governor? Why are you voting to reelect the governor? And she said, Mijo, it's because he speaks Spanish. So this light bulb just sort of exploded over my head, because here was a woman who had kind of established her political beliefs and her ideology firm on issues related to things like civil rights and her experience growing up on the border. And in the moment was going to change that perspective, because what she saw was an effort on the part of then Governor Bush to reach out to the Latino community with some sort of poorly worded Spanish, some events that he had gone to in El Paso. This set in motion, I think, something for me that had a huge influence on what I study and what I teach, and certainly what I write about now, and that is the power of rhetoric. And for a lot of people, you hear the demonized version of that. You'll hear that on the news when people talk about rhetoric, and it's perceived to be the negative use of language. But for me, the value of studying rhetoric is really about looking at symbols and understanding how those symbols motivate people to act. So if you think about election season, which is coming up, that election season is wrapped up in essentially a request. A politician wants you to vote, and they use language strategies to engage you to get to the point that you are willing to cast that vote. That's the most important thing. It's great if you write a check, it's great if you show up at a rally, but they want you to vote. And so this question of what language means in terms of policy, I think, is oftentimes misunderstood. The work that I've done has focused, at least in the last several years, on immigration, which in my mind is probably one of the single most linguistically misunderstood conversations. I think it's one of the reasons that we won't have an immigration policy that is comprehensive anytime soon. But then something else has happened along the way, which is to understand the way that we act and the way that we do things as just as much rhetorical or powerful. And so for me, the events in August for the Walmart shooting had a number of different personal impacts. And I think that's what drove the essay that Dr. Estrada read and some of the work that I've been doing subsequent. There's a couple of things that are important. Those of you that are not from El Paso, we are literally several hundred yards away from where the shooting happened. Those of you that are not from El Paso and wouldn't know this, this was my Walmart. This is the Walmart that my mom would shop at when I was a high school student. And so this was all incredibly personable. The morning of the shooting, my wife and I were at home. The reports started unfolding about what had occurred. By about an hour afterwards, I was starting to do media interviews, both locally and nationally. And the impact of that moment, I think, was probably one of the most significant moments in my life, beyond experiencing things like September 11th. Right, this was not only local, but it was impactful because these were places that I knew. Watching the footage of Patrick Crusius coming into the Walmart, that was a doorway that I had walked through dozens and dozens of times. So the idea that this was local had a tremendous impact on me. And as I tell people when I give presentations or make reference to what happened that day, the course of the day was draining. I did probably 5 or 6 media interviews. By a certain point in the afternoon, we just had to disconnect. We had to turn off the television. We had to kind of walk away from that space. But the last image that I saw, and perhaps the thing that will always be seared in my mind, is the image on an incredibly hot August day of hundreds of El Pasoans lined up outside the blood bank to donate blood. That image is both the most heartbreaking image that I remember from that day, but it's also the indication of the kind of resilience that a community has to be able to deal with a crisis like this. But it also set in mind my academic mind, which is, how do we understand this? I think Professor Rubin did an excellent job talking about the legislative and legal frameworks, in particular the Second Amendment. But for me, something was deeper about that particular day, about the events that led up to that. And this single thought, which will continuously haunt me, I think, until my last days, which is somebody got into a car and for 10 hours drove to a place to commit this act, which means that every hour, Patrick Crusius could have said to himself, this is not a good idea. 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours, all the way to 10 hours. And that plagues the way that I think about that incident, and also has this big impact on thinking about what motivates us to act. Because I said at the beginning that the nature of rhetoric is to think about how language gets us to do things. And I think that it's impossible to have a conversation about the Walmart shooting without thinking about the precursor context. So a lot of what I do as a rhetorician is think about how we get to a certain point and how we use language. And In that particular case, in February of the same year, the president of the United States effectively kicked off his reelection campaign here in El Paso. That was at the El Paso County Coliseum, a location that's probably about 5 miles from here. It is very close to the US-Mexico border, which was a very purposeful decision by the president. The speech fit the mode of the speeches he gave when he announced his bid for the presidency. They matched the language he'd been using. Quite frankly, it matches the language that was used earlier this week about not being human, right? Referencing undocumented immigrants. So this particular event set in motion, I think, something that's significant to consider, because the language that the president used at the time that had been consistent through the run-up to the election was all about dehumanizing a particular group of people. And one of the arguments that I make that was fairly novel in terms of the work that I do is the idea that oftentimes when we act, the question of what language motivates us to act is not necessarily directly connected. But in this case, it was very hard not to draw this distinction between that language about invasions and the diminishment of values and sovereignty, and not plug that into the events of that day. As most of you probably know, the assailant released a manifesto. Something that he called the inconvenient truth. And it's a horrible document. I mean, quite frankly, that oftentimes makes my head spin to think about reading through this document so many times for the work that I did. But the reason it's significant is because it both attempts to distinguish his actions from the language of the president, and it also attempts to justify the action. So the language about invasion, preventing the invasion, I mean, some of the things that come out in the document itself, I think are always important to think about and are always important to consider. I mean, there's a set of language choices that the assailant uses that I think indicate not only the sort of this connection to what he wanted to do, but he uses language like this. He says, even if non-immigrant targets would have a greater impact, I cannot bring myself to kill my fellow Americans, even the Americans that seem hell-bent on destroying our country. Even if they are shameless race mixers, massive polluters, hater of our collective values, etc., one day they will see the error of their ways. This is the language from the manifesto that was released that day. It's interesting as a subnote, talking about white supremacy and the language of white supremacy in the last several years has also started to wrap itself up in language related to environmental and ecological protection, right? Because these things are perceived as the sovereign space of like white population. And if you're not white, you're inherently destroying those elements. So part of what I think was interesting to me then was to kind of think about, like, why does this have an impact? And when we start thinking about bigger questions about gun violence, how does this violence plug into these bigger rhetorical elements? And so essentially, I created this structure to evaluate this language and talked essentially about 4 things. The first is for violence to be rhetorical. That is the act of actually committing violence to have that same kind of message. It has to be purposeful. And looking at Patrick Crusius, looking at some of the spaces where gun violence has happened, it is very purposeful. The intent may not necessarily be consistent, but in every case where there's a violent act or a mass shooting, the intent has to be clear. There will always be what the law identifies as crimes of passion. Those are different. There is unexpected violence, a legal term that's also not necessarily in this category, but this idea that the language itself has intent. The second thing is that the violence represents a bigger belief. And I think that this is probably what's the most disturbing from the El Paso shooting onto, I mean, the thing that was horrible. I mean, this is sort of a horrible irony. If you recall, the shooting in El Paso happened on a Saturday. There was a shooting in Dayton the next night. Right. And so this is not isolated incidents in the sense of we won't experience this. And obviously, everybody in this room already has an advocate's perspective that this violence is going to continue unchecked. The third thing is that targets of violence are identifiable. So in other words, when you look at violence and you look at the pools of people that have been affected by gun violence, and in particular these sort of mass shootings, the targets themselves are identifiable. In this case, Crusius's attempt to come to El Paso was very much to target brown bodies. He said as much in the manifesto. He has said as much in legal proceedings after the fact. But it's very clear that this was the focus of that violence. And the last is that violence is seen as a last resort. Now, I think this is interesting from a communication perspective because the argument I make is not necessarily that somehow or another any of these perpetrators of violence have no other option. It's the way in which they perceive themselves as being the last resort and violence being the last resort that it has some impact. And I make this argument partly because I think the place that we're at now, and I think the things that folks in the legal community, folks in the academic community, folks in the practitioner community need to think a lot about is this question of how we address and how we try to decode what's going on in not only the language, but the very purposeful actions of people like Patrick Crusius. The Trump speech in February and the Crusius Manifesto that was released the day of the shooting have not only some of the same threads, but essentially also move to dehumanize people. And I think that that's a big part of the way that violence is allowed to perpetuate, which is if you dehumanize people, if you remove that human quality, then it's much easier to perpetuate an action against an individual or a group that has negative consequences. It's much easier to figure out how you want to take those kinds of actions and move forward. I think that one of the things that's been interesting to me, and again, we're seeing some of this, is the nature of the language that's being used, especially when it comes to immigrants. And I recognize that this moves a little bit afield from the core of the talk today, but I wanted to emphasize the idea that language framing has a big part to play in the terms of the ways that we think about policy. And the book that I always recommend to this, if you haven't read this, this is a very quick read. You can get through this in probably a couple of hours, is a book by George Lakoff called Don't Think About an Elephant. And Lakoff's book is fascinating because he gets at the heart of what I think every advocacy group, whether it is this group focused on minimizing gun violence, if it's groups focused on other major social issues. Lakoff's book is important because he examines this question of what framing does to conversations. And he opens it up with a very simple premise. If I came into this room and I said to you right now, do not think about an elephant. Do not think about a gray elephant. Do not think about a white elephant. Do not think about a large elephant. Do not think about a small miniature elephant. What are you thinking about? Right? And Lakoff's point, I think, is well taken when we talk about advocacy and the nature of language in advocacy, which is the way that language frames advocates' roles oftentimes can make a huge impact on not only the way that people support action, but also has an impact on the way that we can motivate other people to engage, right? Why we would engage a certain kind of rhetoric. And I think that's important because a lot of times what you've seen is a framing that's much more effective on the part of more conservative entities and a framing that is consistent across the board. And the joke I make about this is that oftentimes if the president, at least in the Trump administration, if the president started to talk about something or call something a certain way, by the end of the day, you would have everybody from the Republican dog catcher to the Republican senator all saying the same thing. Democrats tend to have a much more intellectual approach to this and begin this sort of debate about what all that means. And while that debate is circling around it, the group has already moved on, right? Because they have framed the case in a way that engages people and gets them to take certain kind of action. The violence, the rhetoric of violence, I think, is also tied to this idea that oftentimes while we bemoan the action or bemoan the end result of violence, we're not particularly good at thinking about the language that leads up to that point, and we're not really good at thinking about how people perceive themselves in acting on this violence. Again, I looked and have spent time thinking specifically about the kinds of planned, intended actions of people who have committed these mass shootings, but in every case, there's some clue that we have that the language that they were using or the language that had an influence on them was consistent with this idea of targeting a group or thinking about a group that had some sort of burden in the mind of the person that committed that violence. I think that there's a couple of positive thoughts that come out of this work, and I think that it has an impact, especially for those of you that do advocacy on the front lines. The first is to think about the language of the actions that you are taking, but especially to think about what those actions translate to for a larger audience. Some of you that have had a chance to interact with Beto O'Rourke, Beto will talk about the mistake he made talking about taking everybody's AR-15 and instead then meeting people on a one-on-one basis, thinking about pieces of legislation or things that people would agree to. And he talks about meeting people when he was on the campaign trail that would get very angry about this, but he would say, what if we got rid of this thing? Would it be okay to get rid of extended magazines? Well, okay, that might make a little bit more sense. I can see some move in that regard. What if we got rid of bump stocks? Well, okay, that's all right, I agree with that. But The framing on the conservative side, and this is true, I think our colleagues from Giffords can confirm this, the language on the advocate side for guns is always the full extreme. It's they will take your guns away, right? And that's a very easy thing to sell if the argument you were making is you have something and they want to take it away. Right. And it gets to the heart of so many different impulses that are not just political, but they're also social, right? I've worked for this. I've paid for this. I put money into this. No one gets to take that away from me. But the problem then becomes, and what I think you see in some of the violence that occurs and the way that violence is framed, is that it's very hard to think about how we can approach that language to have the same kind of efficacy to talk about why a certain limitation or a certain restructuring would have some impact. I also think, in relationship to what I have framed in this essay, what I've talked a little bit about when talking about violence and talking about advocacy, is this question of thinking about the context, right? What about the context of the country or the context of policy is putting people in a position where they feel like there needs to be extreme measures? And I think there is a dangerous precedent, something that some of my colleagues and I have been working on recently, which is to think about how this inclusion language, especially from the former president, is having an effect that I don't think people are prepared for. And the example that I use oftentimes is to talk about the number of Mexican-American voters in the Rio Grande Valley that actually voted for President Trump in the re-election year. It's not a big number, but what it portends, I believe, is the impact of a particular rhetorical strategy. So from the very beginning, I think a lot of us who had a very particular political view thinking about the president thought the moment that the president showed up to talk about rapists coming from Mexico, bad people, surely he's done. That's it. That's going to end this campaign right now. But what we found, and I think that the data bears this out, especially with a particular cross-section of voters, is that this was the first time that these Mexican-American males, especially in the Rio Grande Valley, suddenly saw themselves on the other side of the line of what it is to be American. So in fact, the president talking about those people coming from other places, being murderers, being the least best people that are coming, allowed people in places like the Valley to say, that's right, we're not those people. And we don't want those people to be here. Right. And it's not a major trend and a major wave, but I do think that it offers up a point of concern, because what it suggests is that the framing is enough to engage people that are not getting any inherent benefit out of that particular administration or those policies, but it allows them to position themselves on one side of the line. I think that Patrick Crusius, I think the violence that emanated from not only his decision, but also from the violence that he committed, was very much about enfranchising that line. Right. It was about saying, I am doing something that's going to lead to minimizing the invasion. It's going to lead to pushing back against some of the things that are going on. And I think that violence not only carries forward the impact, but I think what it does is it also then sets in motion other people who will use that language as their justification. And this is something, I mean, we had a question earlier about militias. We had a question that I think gets at one of the major questions, right? Which is that we have white supremacist groups in particular that are arming at rates that had really previously not been seen, and they're also seen as legitimate actors. So in that strata of political engagement, political activism, you have groups that are doing these things that are given a particular kind of cachet or given a certain kind of power, and I think that's also problematic. So what does all of this mean at the end, and what are the takeaways, especially when we talk about anti-gun and anti-violent advocacy? Well, the first thing is that I think we have to spend a lot more time thinking about the language that's used both in the terms of advocates of firearms, as well as those advocates that are attempting to put limits on the use of firearms. I think there needs to be a long conversation about the way that language is being used, the language strategies that Lakoff talks about, to really get people to think that there is a need to put limits on regulation, or that there's a need to engage a legal system to be able to minimize some of the use of weapons. The second thing is that I think that it empowers us to have some conversations that are different. So it's easy to look at the Walmart shooting and say that what Patrick Crusius did was terrible. It is easy to use that as an example to say this is something that we don't want to happen again, but we're not necessarily talking about the machinations that Crusius used in his manifesto, or what that means for people who are following that or thinking that line of logic is reasonable and that they want to act on it. And the third thing is that I think it gives us a chance to really understand the idea that language is a much, much bigger motivator, especially in contemporary politics, than we're willing to give it. And I think that that's something that's important when you think about not only the expression of politics, but also the expression of advocacy, because I think very often we assume that the loudest voice is going to win. I think we don't have very good examples that say that's not the case, but we also haven't spent a lot of time thinking about how rhetorically strategic language actually has a much stronger and much bigger impact. And I think that that's something that's important for me as somebody who trains students who will enter into that public space. At the end of the day, I think that there are a number of things about that weekend that were disturbing to me. I mean, the violence itself, the outpouring of what seemed to be a tremendous amount of hate. There was a spike in some of the language that was online about that incident. But my heart was warmed by things like the blood bank scene. I'm also struck by what Hannah Arendt talks about as the banality of evil. The idea that oftentimes when we see these things, we don't put it in the context of a bigger picture. Those of you that have not seen or did not see any of the images that day, perhaps after the shooting itself, the most disturbing image was the arrest of Patrick Crusius. And if you haven't seen that video, if you haven't seen any of the footage, it is surreal. There is a young woman that was on her way to get her nails done. So she is in her car, the music is loud, the bass is bumping, and she realizes that something is happening. And in front of her, across the stoplight, is what looks like a regular traffic stop. It was Patrick Crusius surrendering himself to the police. So to the soundtrack of this like loud thumping bass music, you see a small, unassuming man get out of his car, get marched to the sidewalk, and sat down. This was not a supervillain. This was not somebody that is going to be held up in some other fashion. It was so banal, and yet what he did to this community, what he did with his actions, how he set in motion a very violent reaction to a political engagement, I think not only will haunt our psyches for a lifetime to come, but will certainly have an impact on these conversations as long as we go forward. And so I'm happy to engage in questions about the work. I'm happy to talk about these political rhetoric and political communication strategies, but I do want to thank you for the invitation, and thanks so much for being here this afternoon.
Any questions?
Thank you. That was a great presentation.
Thanks.
So a question on the rhetoric on the gun violence prevention side. You mentioned that there needs to be more thought on that, and I agree completely. And one of the things that's tricky, as you alluded to, is that on the gun violence prevention side, the focus is on limiting an affirmative right. That there's the gun rights side is saying we're advocating to give you more freedom, to you will have more of a right. On the GVP side, it's like, let's limit that right, which I feel like puts the movement at a disadvantage right off the bat. And I guess I'm curious to know what sorts of rhetorical strategies might resonate. I mean, a lot of times I think about the abortion fight, where the way that even though abortion was an affirmative right, the opposition to abortion rights was able to frame things as advocating for something, for life, pro-life. And in some of the conversations on the gun violence prevention side seem to be focusing on pitting the right to bear arms against other rights, like this is going to take away your right to a vote, or it's going to infringe on your right to, go about your life in another way. But like, how do you get over the intrinsic rhetorical hurdle of advocating for something that is largely framed and viewed as taking away rather than being for something?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's actually a big part of the Lakoff book, talks about the framing of abortion, but in particular late-term abortion, and how quickly Republicans were, in a policy perspective, to start adopting that language. I mean, the one counterexample that's interesting about that, and I'll get to the specific question, there was an effort very early on with the ACA, and Republicans started to call it Obamacare. And the sense was, as long as we can associate it with him, that's going to have this negative effect. Democratic strategist and one of those folks I know really well made a decision to say that's exactly what it is, right? We're going to take the language that they're using, which is an attempt to minimize it, and we're going to flip it, and we're going to start calling it Obamacare. And you can go back, and there's a very specific speech that the president gave when he started referring. He'd used ACA, and he talked about it as the American Health Care Act, and then they switched. And now all of a sudden he started talking about our plan, my plan, Obamacare. So one part of it is to neuter the way that language is the attempt to manipulate it, right? It has to be taken. I think one thing that's significant is I think from my perspective and looking at policy and some of the work that I've done, it can't be talked about as bans, right? I think that and I think Congressman O'Rourke sort of got to this point by talking about like taking AR-15s. It can't be language that is exclusive to the removal, right? It has to be that what we're doing is small attempts, or that it goes back to the language of the Brady Bill, right? To talk about assault rifles and pulling those assault rifles out. That's one part of it. The other part of it, I think, is framing it exactly as you suggest, which is an economic imperative, right? Talking about the nature of liability. I mean, I think one thing that got a little bit mishandled by the congressional debate on pushing back against immunity and some of the issues related to gun manufacturers was to not frame it as a bigger economic issue, to say if they get sued, if the immunity fails, this has a huge negative net economic impact on the manufacturing communities, right, where those guns are made, the factories where they're put together. I think if you frame it in terms like that, it has to be smaller, but it has to be consistent. Because the other problem that happens, and I think, I mean, my students will laugh because I say to them when I teach political communication, I say, listen, I'm really liberal. I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democratic voter since college. But for me, it's very easy to be critical of the Democratic Party, I think maybe because of that. And I think what happens is that when it comes to a lot of these advocacy issues, I think this is true, and we've seen this with abortion. I think this is true, and we've seen this in relation to some of the gun debate, is that we opt to try different strategies, and there's no consistency on any one of them. And I think that's been, you can see this play out, I think, on the abortion debate. I think rather than give in to the language strategies, Democrats and Democratic legislators needed to push back on some of those language choices and talk specifically about what it meant. And in particular, and I think this is why you're seeing, you know, when Kansas got the constitutional question about abortion, you had women voters who read between the lines and said, if this gets passed, it's really about women's reproductive health, right? It's not just this one item. So even if I'm conservative and my ideology says I can't support this, I'm afraid that you know, if I give these people that power, the debate is done, right? We're never going to have it. I think the debate on gun violence and gun prevention needs to be the same way, that it needs to be consistent. I think the language of the individual, I mean, I think this personalization is really powerful. I think one of the things that Giffords has done very well is put people front and center. And I thought this was interesting. When I wrote this essay, by the way, one of the editorial comments, and I read this in a very, you know, constructive way, but I was still irritated. I used Patrick Crusius's name in the essay, you know, over and over again as necessary. And the comment I got was like, you shouldn't use his name. That gives him this extra power. And I said, no, like I will use his name because he's a horrible person. And I will also use the names of every victim as often as I can to put that front and center. Because if this is just an academic question of I should have my gun versus this is the person who got killed, this is the person who faced this violence, this is the person that encountered that, there's a difference, right? As soon as it becomes mechanical, like I am taking a thing from you, nobody wants their things taken. But if that thing is going to kill somebody and has killed somebody, and you can frame that and you can remind people of that, I think that has a bigger effect. I also think there needs to be a different conversation. And this is one of the reasons I was asking you the question about the courts. I think one of the questions that's problematic now is that we have this whole range of weapons that are out there. And so, will there be a concerted effort to think about, a specific limit like assault bans, which I think is reasonable, although, the polls don't seem to aren't consistent that way. Or is it a question of like, do we want to try to minimize gun violence? I think the broader it is, especially on the anti-gun violence side, the harder it is to get a result, right? Because even though it's great, and this is the value, right? We want to stop this. It might as well be pro-unicorn legislation, right? Like it's just that out there. And I think that that's problematic. I mean, I'm doing a professor thing, right? You've asked a very simple question and I'm going on and on. But one of the other things that I think is really complicated about this is that oftentimes the conversation about these language choices and the way that we frame some of these things, we want the end of gun violence, period, right? We don't want a graduated effort that takes 30 or 40 more years. The problem is it's so easy to frame that as too long and too intensive and too complicated. And I think that's also something that needs to be reframed. I think the Republicans have gotten very good at quick action legislation with a bigger picture, like and knowing that if they can get this locked in, I think as you so accurately referenced with Scalia's decision, they know that it's the beginning of a piece. It's not just a one-shot deal. And I don't think, this is my sense, I don't think that there's a good understanding of that. For example, one last thing, and then I'll open it up, I guess. I think that there is right now a rhetorical failure in the ability of anti-gun and anti-violence lobbyists to not jump on the breakdown of the NRA. Like this needs to be front and center. It needs to be the language that gets used. It needs to be about how, LaPierre and people at the top have conned their way into taking money and using it for their own. Like you cannot relent, right? This cannot be the thing that like, congratulations, we got it done. This needs to be a reminder. Every chance you get, every chance, if you believe in putting limits on guns and putting limits on that, it has to be, look at what the NRA did, look at how bad they were, look at how they misused people's money, look at what they continued to do, failing over and over and over again. Because if you can undercut who they were as individuals, which is what the court did, right? That's the reason that they're in so much legal trouble. I think we can't relent, right? That's like you drop the gas. Because I think the other thing is that we sort of forget about that. And I bet you, in a couple of years, I mean, I asked my students this, I was like, what's the NRA? Crickets, right? Now they don't understand the implications of how strong the NRA is. They don't understand what the NRA has been able to do. But by the same token, they also don't put up the pitchforks and say, oh, that's a horrible, horrible organization. We've let the gas off, right? And we can't. I think that's one of the big takeaways from a language perspective. Sorry, that went long.
Oh, that's okay. That was a very, very compelling and wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I do have a question, and so we are seeing a lot of rhetorical fascism coming from the other side. In practical terms, what do we need to do to counteract that? And as you just mentioned, the thing about the NRA, that maybe we are not putting emphasis on the things that we need to put emphasis to counteract that. But, there's this storm coming from the other side in terms of rhetorical violence. And there doesn't seem to be anything, to counteract that. So, I mean,
I think there's a couple of things that are more and more disturbing to me about that. And I think, especially as an educator and dealing with undergraduate students, I'm always surprised when students will take a position on something. And I think to a certain extent, they're still largely influenced by these outside factors. And so, I use immigration because that's the one that's the easiest to talk about. I had a student talk to me the other day and say they were very concerned because there were so many illegals that were in El Paso. And I said, well, what makes them illegal? And they said, well, they came across without papers. And I said, right, but what part about that makes them illegal? Well, they need to have papers. And I said, really? What if they're here seeking asylum? Well, what's that? And I was like, okay, let's have a different conversation. And I think a lot of times part of what's going on, I mean, there's an active manipulation, right? I mean, this is what we saw with immigration a couple of weeks ago. I mean, the former president has a tremendous amount of power to push legislators who are afraid of getting targeted to push back on this. We were talking about this at dinner last night with Representative Tony Gonzalez, right? Pretty conservative guy. I mean, if you've ever talked to the rep, you know that he's a pretty conservative guy, but he voted on gun measures post Uvalde, and that triggered that, and another issue triggered this huge negative reaction from inside the party, right? They were like, "You're not Republican enough," and so to a certain extent, I think some part of this is putting people in a position to really educate them, because I do think that there are pieces of this that need to be framed differently. But I also think that a lot of times we are losing sight of conversations where we should engage, even if we think the conversation is not necessarily going to be an entirely enriching conversation. Because I came from a tradition. I was a high school debater, a college debater. I coached debate all the way through my PhD. You know, we would engage in these really very extensive debates and arguments about things. And at the end of the day, we were still friends. I think we've forgotten this idea that we can have different views on something. We can sit down. What I tell people is that I want to understand what their perspective is, right? Like, why is it that you think somebody is illegal, or why do you think that this is a bad thing? And even if I disagree with their rationale, I think we still have to have a conversation with them, and we have to have a conversation where we don't walk away because we don't like what they say. I think a lot of this has been manipulated. There's no question. I think we haven't considered how much that manipulation has happened through social media, some of these other things. Post the pandemic, I think we're much more disconnected. But I also think we have a much shorter, it's not an attention span, but we have a much shorter space to want to engage somebody, right? So somebody comes up and says, like, "I want to make America great." And I'm like, "Oh, we're done. Don't have that conversation." Like, yeah, that's fine. I know what you stand for, but I don't, right? I mean, you know, the Rev knows this. Like, you have people who are very well meaning, who have a particular perspective. You got to understand how they got to that perspective. And if you can get to that point, then it's a totally different conversation. But if I'm just cutting it off and I'm having these conversations about like what is wrong with the world, I think that's where we're going awry. I think that's a hard conversation. I testified for then Rep Blanco and Rep Moody in Fort Worth. They were doing one of the hearings on the road, and it was the craziest thing that I'd ever been to, because ostensibly it was post Walmart, a hearing on like violence post Walmart. And the auditorium at the school was jam-packed, right? On one half were all these like pro-gun Second Amendment folks. On the other half were these like the anti-gun violence folks. I mean, the room was like jammed with these people. It was weird to walk into this. And at the point I was on a knee scooter, and the Rangers were very nice. They helped me sort of get down and move to the thing. But just the tension in that room was so intense. And I thought, I bet you these people don't ever even have a conversation with each other, because it's immediately like, oh, you're on that side. I think we've lost the capacity, especially on these critical issues, to recognize however somebody has come to a conclusion, no matter how much the road veers, we have to engage that. And we can say, I disagree with the premise of the way you believe or what you believe, but I understand what you're saying now, right? And I think a little understanding goes a long way. But we also have to be aware that there is this active manipulation. I mean, that's one thing that the NRA was good for, right? And we got to remind people that. Like, I mean, I think from the decision on, from the sort of bankruptcy of the NRA, I'm like, this has got to be every day. Every day, gun rights, anti-gun, gun violence advocates have to talk to this every single day. You gave them money. They stole your money. They misused their money. They did these things that were terrible with your money. You thought that they were there to help you. Guess what they did? They paid for plane tickets, and they paid for private jets, and they did all these things with your hard-earned gun owner money. Tell me that is not going to have an effect on somebody that doesn't believe in that organization in the same way. Like, you just can't let up the gas. You just can't.
Yes, we have somebody online
who
would
okay,
like
good.
to ask a question.
Are you talking to me?
Go ahead. Yes, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm just curious. Thank you so much for a very illuminating lecture. Communication in the modern world today involves not only voice, but it also involves images. And there are people in this gun correction for our gun violence problems who think we should be showing images of children at Robb Elementary School who've essentially been decapitated in public, sort of an Emmett Till kind of thing. I'd like you to address that. Whether you think that's useful or it's too dangerous.
Thanks. That's a great question. I think it's really dangerous, and here's the reason why. I don't think that it might be why most people think. I think that being exposed to a certain level of image like that desensitizes us even faster. And I think you're seeing that. I mean, I don't know how many of you follow Gaza, right? But it's not too long before you say, "Oh, I know what's going on. I'm just going to turn off the television. I don't want to see another image of that." I think images are really tricky. I think they serve a tremendous value. I have some colleagues who actually study visual communication in that way, and they will tell you that images have a very short shelf life. And that's true whether it's a picture or if it's an actual video. Now, I do think that they serve a purpose. I think that what those images can do is engage people that may not be willing to have a conversation or may not be willing to think about their position that they have, but I don't think that it gets you very far. I do think it's powerful. I think that we react to the visual. But here's the other thing, and this is something that, this is the $1 million question as far as I can tell, right? And social media, unfortunately, I think is the place this plays out. We have such limited attention spans these days. And I'd like to, by the way, I'd like to blame this on the kids, right? Like, oh, the kids today. I've been around enough adults that spend just as much time on Facebook, right, as the kids do. I think we have limited attention spans, and I think we're very transitory. So in other words, something pops in a visual medium or visual fashion, we jump on it because we think it's important, and then it doesn't take very long before the next thing comes and we move on to the other side. And I think the other problem with social media, to get back to Dr. Estrada's question, I think the other problem is that it's made us incredibly shallow in terms of our engagement. And if you've been on social media with any consistency, you'll know somebody posts something that you really like and you give it a thumbs up and then you're done. Right? Somebody posts something you don't like, you give it a thumbs down. Maybe you say something, but then you're done. Digital media has made it that the commons has really evaporated, and that we're not prepared to spend time talking about it, and we're not prepared to engage. And I think the visual makes that more realistic. There's actually a line of reasoning an academic proposed several years ago that refers to this as disaster pornography. And the argument goes that we love to see the disaster on the front end. And they were using Katrina as an example. We love in that sort of first wave to get the most, the most quick shots, the fastest images, the things that we want to see. But that means that we're also much faster to turn it off because we get bored, right? Or we get desensitized. And so I think with gun violence in particular, some of these things are horrific. There's no question about that. But I think that if you use it, it's a one shot, it's very limited. So you have to be strategic about it. And I think that that's something, it's hard to do, but I think the counter of this, and I thought about this in anticipation of the talk, I did a couple of quick internet searches on gun manufacturers. I was very, and again, thinking about this from a neutral perspective, I was very impressed with the way the gun manufacturers show you the weapon, because it's shown as a tool, right? It's shown in this sort of shiny, fancy kind of way. And I thought to myself, that's interesting because there's the subtext of safety. There's the subtext of I'm going to protect myself. But largely it's sold as a fancy commodity. Right. And a couple of pages I looked at, one was you can customize it in colors. And I was like, whoa, I didn't know that. I was like, that's amazing. And I can see somebody being like, oh, my rifle can be in purple and and that's the way that once we commodify things like that, I think we're kind of an eager audience because we're like, ooh, I can specialize it. Ooh, I can put my name on it. Ooh, this is an impulse that drives, I think, a lot of our social media presence. So again, long answer to the short question. I think the images are important, but I do think that they're dangerous because I don't think they give you a lot of time. And then you only sort of get one chance to do it before then people are just like, oh, I don't want to go to that web page because I'm going to see one more image, and that's going to make me feel bad. I don't want to look at that. And I think that's the bigger problem. Stella. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
Military combat or violence through your military experience. Most of us go through life never thankfully having to see that in that way that I feel. Full disclosure, I have not had to cover a homicide, a crime, a violent car accident in almost 3 years since my days as a baby, young kid. And I saw plenty of horrific actions. And I still have nightmares. And in speaking with colleagues in local and national media, to this day, a lot of us carry that. Everything we've been talking about today, everything with the PTSD, it's not exclusive to Vietnam era combat veterans. You are affected by it. And consequently, your lives, your job, your marriage, your relationship with others are affected by how you feel or don't feel with what you've lived through, being a witness. And as a journalist, that is your job, to be a witness, carry that story forward to and for others. So, long story short, my quick question after my long soliloquy here. What is, as an educator of future journalists, what is your advice to those of us who at some point will make it our livelihoods to be on the front line of reportable or image-based violence, witness violence?
I mean, I think that's a great question. One of the things that I say all the time is that I think our community is still suffering PTSD from the Walmart shootings. And it was because it wasn't very long after the Walmart shootings that we shut down as a world, right? COVID was right after, which meant we didn't have time to talk about it, to engage in it, to have those kinds of spaces. I had this unusual experience when I was in graduate school. So I was in Detroit on the morning of September 11th. Everything happened. I happened to have some friends. I needed to get to California, and I had some friends that were forced to drive across country because they had to leave the country from LA. Remember, we weren't allowing flights in, but you could leave. So we drove across country, and so this would have been September 10th through like the 12th. It was like we essentially drove the whole way. Everywhere we went, I have never ever been in a circumstance where when you stop to get gas at a gas station, people were like, "Are you doing okay? Like, how are you feeling?" Like, this was consistent. Every single place that we went, we stopped for breakfast in Las Vegas, which was surreal because everything was shut down and people were talking. Every time you'd sit down, people would say, "Are you okay? Did you know anybody? Where are you going?" Right? And I don't think we ever had a chance to talk about that. And I think that's one of the things that has always pained me about how the community. I mean, we've tried to do it, but it's still fairly inaccurate. But I would say that one of the major issues, especially when we think about, and I think it goes beyond teaching and training our journalists. I think it's also true for our advocates, right? Which is there has to be a lot of conversations about what you're about to dive into. I think there's a lot of people who are on the advocacy side who have a personal story. Somebody was affected by gun violence. Somebody was an experience where they saw this happen. But I think a lot of times our advocates, our policy advocates, they approach this because they see a problem, they want to offer a solution. We have to have conversations with those people, with advocates in particular, to say, these are the things that you're going to see and you're going to hear about. These are the things that you're going to read about. These are the things that are facing people on a day-to-day basis when it comes to this. And we also have to do a much deeper dive, I think, in the understandings for what gun ownership means, because I think that that's another one of the challenges, right? Which is that we're not having a conversation about what pushes somebody to do that. And I think there's an often a sense, and I think it's a stereotypical sense, that the people that own guns are, the sort of the avenger. They want to have this power. I don't think that's the case very often, but I think we've got to talk to advocates about what framework people are approaching this with, to say, these are the things that you're going to encounter. And I think that's important. But I think this question, I mean, we are now in a world where the digital presence means that we're going to see things. I mean, this is and a lot of your communities have this. In El Paso, we have a Twitter site that's incredibly popular because what it does is it essentially lets anybody who has their video phone run video footage of an incident, an accident, something horrible, and they upload it immediately. It's an anonymous-based site. You get better information from that site oftentimes than you do from media because they don't have to follow any of the rules of journalism, right? So it's like, I see something, I'm going to start recording it. So it's interesting because we've also changed, like everybody that has a phone is a reporter now, right? And this leads to a lot of issues. I mean, some of the most, like I said, I mean, the thing that sticks out in my mind after the blood bank is Crucius's arrest, right? And that's only because this young woman was going to the nail salon and had the presence of mind to like hold up her phone. Right. And I watch that video every once in a while. And I just think to myself, this is amazing. Like this was caught just because somebody was like, what's all this ruckus? Right. And they start doing it. So I think some part of it is having conversations about what to expect. I think some part of it is preparing people for what I think is a much more insidious issue. But it's also having those same conversations I was talking about, which is that we need to find ways to have better communication, right? We have to have better conversations about some of this and get to why people are using firearms, why people have firearms. I mean, I learned how to shoot when I was in the Boy Scouts, but there's never been a moment when I thought, oh, I should go get a gun, only because in my mind, like I think to myself, I'm going to shoot myself. Like I can see myself like shooting my foot, right? Or something like I'm just not, that's a bad idea. We now have a 7-year-old. So like, absolutely not in my mind. Right. But that's a conversation that I had to come to. That's a conversation that should have been a conversation with somebody to say like, hey, here's a thing, like we should, figure out what that means. So yeah, I think there's still a lot of work to be done. I mean, that's something that we try to do.
We have
got
a
time for
question.
one more. Yeah.
We have one more question here.
I would like to add to what Estella asked us to consider, and it's called second victim syndrome, which was presented in the gallon by Dr. Carlos Palacio, and that we are victims too. Whether you're a reporter, Estella, or emergency room doc, or an attorney, representative, senator, we hurt trying to do this. I think it's one reason why the room isn't as full as I would have expected it. This isn't easy. And so among the medical professionals in Oregon, not just only for physicians, but also for nurses, acupuncturists, dentists, anybody who's involved with healthcare, we have a program to help us because we're losing them, the suicides in the state of Oregon, the unfortunate loss of licensure or of patient harm because the physician or the nurse is so stressed that they can't handle it. So as I look around the room, I could tell some of you are in that category. You're a victim too. It's not just ACEs, Dr. Johansson. ACEs meaning childhood experience. We suffer, whether you're a journalist or a frontline reporter and so forth. So don't forget about us. Second, the victims. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the reason that the conversation and the personalization of the conversation from an advocacy perspective needs to be important, because I think if it's perceived as a neutral, right, like you're taking a thing away, as opposed to talking about the physical and psychological impact, I think that gives up some important ground. And that's why I say, the conversations need to focus on these losses, and those names can't be forgotten. And I don't say that, just because it's a chant or that we've seen with other social groups, but I do think it's important because I think it's very easy to frame rights as an amorphous, ambiguous question and sort of say they're taking your rights. I think it's a much harder issue to frame it in relationship to some of these specific personalities and specific individuals. I mean, I've thought that, I think, sort of since the beginning. So, but thank you very much for the questions and the engagement.
Let's go ahead and move on. I have the pleasure to introduce our Vicky Goodwin, who's going to give you the closing remarks. I think we've had a great session, and I think at this point we're gonna close. Again, thank you, Vicky, for being here. Vicky Goodwin, Representative Vicky Goodwin, is serving her third term in the House of Representatives. She represents the outskirts of Austin. In the most recent legislative session, she was successful in passing 4 bills into law, each having a positive impact on health and safety. Representative Goodwin is passionate about gun violence prevention and has served her 3 terms on the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee, which hears most of the gun-related bills in the House. She has filed many bills to make communities safer through sensible gun regulations. 2 key bills would have improved background checks and created a statewide process for protective orders in which judges remove guns from those who are at imminent risk of harming to self or others. Other priorities for Representative Goodwin include investing in public education, expanding access to affordable health care, protecting the environment, and offering opportunities for success through good jobs and good training. Vicky?
Well, good afternoon, and I am very pleased to be here. Gun violence prevention is certainly one of the things that I'm very passionate about. So you may ask, why would a representative choose to be on Homeland Security and Public Safety all 3 sessions of her career in the legislature? And it is something that I chose. We get some input into the speaker's selection of who goes on what committee, and I specifically asked to be on the committee. Not sure I will continue because it is very difficult. But the reason is, in 1990, at the home I grew up in Dallas, my father was shot and killed. An intruder came in. The crime was never solved. So I understand what it's like to go through that kind of a tragedy, to lose a loved one to something so senseless. So that's why I have chosen to work on this issue. And I wanted in my closing remarks to give you a little bit of hope. So it is a very difficult issue to work on in Texas. But, you know, in conversations with my counterparts in the House, both Republicans and Democrats, they all understand that with the Uvalde shooting, with El Paso, with all of the lives that have been lost in such a tragic way, we've got to do something to address it. This last session, it was very important that the Uvalde families kept coming into the Capitol and talking to their representatives and senators. That is alone what made that bill get out of committee. They met tirelessly. They had to leave their homes, their families, their work to come, you know, quite an hour and a half away to the Capitol and spend time in our offices and beg and plead for their bill to raise the age from 18 to 21 to be able to buy an assault style weapon. The bill did finally get heard in committee, but even then, the families were not really given the respect that they deserved. They got there at 8 in the morning, thinking that the hearing might begin right on time. They might be first because out of respect, let's have these families give their testimony early. But instead, the chairman decided to hear other bills that didn't have witnesses. And so they sat in the room thinking, when are we going to be up? Then we went to the floor at 10 a.m. And unfortunately, that day we were hearing a very consequential bill that took away a lot of powers from our cities and local governments. It was referred to as the Death Star bill, and it took hours and hours and hours of debate. Meanwhile, these families are sitting and waiting and wondering, why in the world are the members gone? Why did the hearing stop? Why are we sitting here just waiting? What's happening? Nobody was telling them that, unfortunately, this is the way our legislative hearings go sometimes. We could have done so much better for them. We could have gotten that bill out of the House committee that day. We could have gotten it to the floor, took a vote on it. Republican member Sam Harless told me he felt like we had the votes we needed to pass it if it had made it to the floor in time. And interestingly, Republican member Sam Harless was one of the 2 Republicans that voted to get the bill out of committee. He did not have a primary opponent this time. So despite the fact that he took what he considered a hard vote, no one came and challenged him saying you did the wrong thing. So the people in his district felt like he did the right thing in passing this gun safety legislation out of committee. So that was discouraging. However, I do want to tell you about two bills that made it out of the House, two gun safety measures. One would have made Glock switches illegal. So Glock switches allow guns to rapid fire. This was brought forward by a former Dallas police officer, Representative Frazier, got out of committee, got out of the House, but then it failed in the Senate. The lieutenant governor would not let it out of the Senate. This is a priority for the Dallas Police Department. So if we truly back the blue and support our law enforcement, why did this bill not pass? Why did it not become law? Very sensible piece of law. The other one is a bill that would have made straw purchases illegal in the state. Of course, it's a federal law. You can't buy a gun and then sell it to somebody who is not legally able to buy a gun. That's already in federal law. But if we had made it state law, then our local law enforcement would have been able to investigate and prosecute the crime at the local level. And that, again, could save lives. And this is how guns get into the hands of criminals, through straw purchases. So two very sensible pieces of legislation that made it through the House, but were stopped by the lieutenant governor in the Senate. So I have worked for each session that I've been there on background checks. And in fact, after my first session, I decided, the logical thing to do is to reach out to law enforcement and try to get their help. So we reached out to DPS and said, surely you want to have good background checks. And they said, yes, in fact, there is something that you can help us with. We have handgun licenses out there. And when a person has a handgun license, they don't have to go through a background check. But it could be that they got their handgun license a year ago, and just last week they assaulted somebody, and a judge revoked or suspended their handgun license. So if they were to now go into a gun store and try to buy a gun, well, you don't know just looking at that handgun license if it's been revoked or suspended. But DPS does keep a database, so the store owner could run the number that's on that card, make sure that the license is not revoked or suspended. And if it is, then that person could not buy a gun because they were trying to skip the background check process. So we worked with DPS, didn't get it through my second session in the legislature. We tried it again this session, and we were so close. We got a hearing and had the number of members to get it passed out of committee. But just before we took the vote, the NRA lobbyists came to us and they said, we don't like your wording. We're going to make sure your bill doesn't get out of committee unless you change a few words in here. And so we were under time pressure, as happens in the legislature. We agreed to the word changes, got the bill out of committee, but then DPS said, no, we don't like that. We don't like that new language, so don't let it pass. So very unfortunate. We do fight the NRA on these bills. But the vast majority of Texans, like you've heard, believe in stronger background checks. They believe that people that have committed assault or domestic violence should not be able to keep their guns for a period of time. Now that brings up the extreme risk protective orders, which have been very difficult to bring forward in the legislature. I had a bill that would have had the Office of Court Administration figure out the process for it, so that our judges know if they, again, have someone come to them who has committed an assault and they want the gun to be taken away, the judge knows what is the process, who would take it away, what form has to be filled out, for what period of time, where does it get stored. There's all sorts of questions around the removal of a gun. So it's not as simple as simply ordering a gun to be removed. And so we thought if there was a statewide agency, the Office of Court Administration, that comes up with that process, that would make it easier for judges to implement. We didn't get that bill passed. The Office of Court Administration is very nervous about being in charge of that. But that's something that we will continue to work on. There's so many incremental changes that we can make, and we have to start working on them. We have to start getting them passed. I mean, we are working on them. But I think that after Uvalde, after all of the mass shootings in the state, that at least we did move the needle a little bit in this last session, and we will continue to work on these things. As we heard earlier too, that more deaths happen by suicide than by homicide. And so just the idea of a waiting period, which is another bill that I had last session, seems like, you know, we don't want people to behave rashly. So this could save lives. One of the bills that I passed this session, we actually had veterans come in and testify, and that helped pass the bill. So I'm hopeful that maybe we can get some veterans and some other organizations. And certainly I'm thankful to the Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility for making this a priority in your agenda. Along with you, Texas Impact, which is a group of pastors and faith leaders throughout the state, made gun safety one of their priority agenda items in the last session and plan to continue with that. So as we build coalitions, we just keep spreading the message that we are here for gun safety to save lives. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Goodwin. So we are at the end of this forum. Thank you all for sticking here with us. Thank you to the people online. Thank you to our sponsors, to our partners. And so we are continuing the fight. We need to do this because so many lives are at stake. So thank you all again. And thank you, Estela, for your support. You did a great job. Thank you, Richard, for being excellent, great moderators. And thank you to our friend, Ricardo Villarreal, who has been the moderator for the people online. So Archie, I see you with a microphone. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I think we have forgotten to thank the most important person in terms of getting this accomplished. Thank you, Dr. Estrada. You don't know how much effort this takes every week for months. And he's done it 3 times in San Antonio, McAllen here, and he's got 2 or 3 more to go. That's who really needs the big knowledge. So I want to thank you, and Representative Goodwin, thank you for being here toward the end all day long. Blanco got off easy. And I want to make one more point. I went across to the other room. There are 300-400 people in there. I sat down for about 10 minutes to hear 3 candidates espouse why they should be elected. Every one of them mentioned firearms. Every single one. That's all I was there for 10 minutes. We have a small audience in this room. We need to combine this. Thank you, Jaime, once more.
Thank you.